We live?
Yes, sir. My apologies.
All right, good morning. Welcome to the Wednesday, April 2nd, 2025 Tarrant County Commissioners Court meeting. I now call the meeting to order.
Tim O'Hare, County Judge.
Present.
Roger Camales Jr., Commissioner Precinct 1.
Here.
Elisa Simmons, Commissioner Precinct 2.
Here.
Matt Krause, Commissioner Precinct 3.
Present.
Manny Ramirez, Commissioner Precinct 4.
Here.
Constitution 1.
All right, thank you. Today's invocation will be led by Joshua Scarborough, the Associate Pastor of Countryside Bible. Please rise for the invocation and pledges to our flags.
Let's pray together. Father, we praise you as the only sovereign ruler of all creation. You alone are God, and all authority in heaven and on earth is yours. God, we confess that we are weak, corrupt, sinful people, and we only deserve your righteous judgment, but in your grace and compassion, you have made a way of salvation through Jesus Christ. Thank you, Jesus, for sacrificing yourself for sinners, those who would turn from their sin and trust in you. God, we thank you for your many blessings to us today. We thank you for the United States of America, for the state of Texas, for Tarrant County. God, I pray that you would bless the people of this county so that we would in turn bless and honor you. God, I pray that you would give the judge and commissioners great wisdom today so that they would carry out your will for the people here with integrity, justice, and compassion. God, we thank you for your love and grace, and we ask all these things in the name of the Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now the Texas flag.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners.
Good morning.
Good morning. A couple of announcements this morning. We're going to start with two items that are going to be held until after closed. Those items are J3 under Human Resources and then also under Facilities Management, H4. Moving on to four items which we're going to withdraw consideration from today's agenda. Item under Budget and Risk Management, items C5, C6, and C7. And then under the Transportation section, item O2. And then finally, court members, we have two items which are being removed from the consent agenda. Under Budget and Risk Management, those are items C2. And then under Elections, item G1. That's all I have, sir.
Thank you. What did you... Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Do we have any Commissioners Court announcements?
I do, Judge.
Sir.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning. Good morning, Judge. Good morning, community. I just wanted to remind everybody that we are still in the midst of our listening sessions, the Miles Across the County listening sessions, and our next one will be this coming Thursday, April 3rd, at the Como Community Center, April 9th, at the Chisholm Trail Community Center, and April 10th at the Victory Forest Community Center. We've had very engaging meetings so far. It's been good to see the community and public participation and the responses that we've been getting from everyone. So if we haven't seen you yet, please show up and let your voice be heard. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other announcements?
Yes, I would like to invite people to save the date for my I think it's the second town hall of the year. It will be an opportunity to learn more about the home appraisal system and get your questions answered. It's April 28th, and we'll have TAD staff there, as well as our friend Chandler Crouch. And that's it.
All right, any other announcements? All right, seeing none, we'll move to the proclamations, resolutions, and presentations section. First up is employee recognition. We value our employees in Tarrant County who do such great work in serving the public, and we take this opportunity the first of every month, usually the first of every month, to honor them. So we have a number of folks here today celebrating some anniversaries. Where is my list of all the employees in the 5-year and 10-year? Here we go. So I'll first call out those who are celebrating their 5th year with us. Please stand when I call your name so we can honor you all at once. 5-year employees: Victor Espino Navarez, Michael Ferry, Barry Garlow, Arvin Haggery, Jolie Hanfield, Catherine Humphreys, Heinrich Santa Cruz, and Philip Ubuoma. Let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you all. All right, now for our 10-year employees, please stand as I call your name. Ivory Bryant, Keith Foster Jr., Lisa Garcia, Mary Gates, Christopher Holland, Teresa Lee, Christina Mayo, Juana Mendoza, Edwin Moreno, Daisy Ramos, Taylor Richards, Teresa Rovell, Larry Seibel, Jacqueline Tello, and Manuel Torres. Let's give them a round of applause. Do we have a new policy where we give the 5-year and 10-year employees the day off? Or? All right, 15-year employees: Anthony Alanes, Francis Dillon III. Hello there. Christopher Leggett, Priscilla Lahia, William Shepard, and Allison Williams. Thank you all very much for 15 years. Now for our 20-year employees celebrating 2 decades with Tarrant County: Jennifer Arrington, Daniel Bina, Cornelius Cooper, Davy Estes, Sherry Krieger, Charlotte Lotspeech Larson, Maria Salazar, Felicia Salazar, and Julian Salvin. Thank you very much.
I'll take that day off, Judge.
Okay. Everybody's very special. Maria, who takes care of us up here at this building so well, is incredibly special. So, all right, now we move to 25-year employees. Rosalind Walton. Rosalind, are you with us? Hello there. How are you today? Good. Rosalind is a booking tech. She's been with Tarrant County for 25 years. She went to Dunbar High School.
Okay.
She has 1 daughter. She loves to fish, go to the movies, hang out with her family, play volleyball, and get up early on Sunday mornings and cook dinner. She has been a mailroom, worked in the mailroom, and worked as a detention officer. And something that just stands out to her is that during her career, there's just been a strong appreciation here for teamwork, and the environment was family-oriented. And I should have asked you this, what you like most, being blessed with a what at Tarrant County? A career, oh, I know what it is, a career. Well, we're blessed to have you, so thank you for being here. All right, next we have Gabrielle Guthrie Schmidt. Hello there, how are you? She is an assistant criminal district attorney. She was born in Kermit, Texas, graduated from Nolan High School, went to college at UTA, law school at Baylor, has 2 sons and 4 grandchildren. She likes to eat ice cream for dinner. You don't look like you eat ice cream for dinner. Likes to go skiing, snow skiing with her family. Her most memorable moment was the time a defense expert witness congratulated her in front of the jury following her cross-examination of him on the stand. That was a guilty verdict. And what she likes most, just participating in the prosecution of criminals to help victims of crimes and working alongside some very brilliant colleagues. Thank you very much for what you do. We appreciate you very much. All right, next we have Paul Cox. Hello there. Oh, is it Paul? Paula. Yeah, okay. And she is a judicial compliance clerk. Born in Fort Worth, went to Diamond Hill Jarvis. She loves to take road trips with family and friends. She likes to hike and go on walking trails. Loves the Rangers, likes going to their games. You know, this is the year. Bochy's, should be the World Series. Likes patio life, food and beer. They keep it simple, and Netflix. She has also been an administrative clerk in customer service in criminal and an administrative clerk in settings in criminal. And what she likes the most from her time in Tarrant County are the friendships she has made while she has been here. Thank you very much for your 25 years. We appreciate you. All right, we have quite a few 30-year people today, so 3 decades. Joe Baker. Hi, Joe. How are you? Joe has been with Tarrant County 30 years. He's a resource manager in the Sheriff's Office Technology Division. Born in San Diego, his father was stationed at the Navy base. They moved to Fort Worth when he was 4, after his father retired from the Navy. Graduated from Southwest High School. Attended Tarrant County College, junior college when he was there. He has 1 son, and he is happily married and pursuing a master's degree to begin a career in addictions counseling. Very cool, never too late. And in fact, no one knows about her, no one knows, and he's going to keep it that way. What he likes to do for fun, travel when he can, but that is somewhat hampered by his 12-year-old diabetic cat that requires 12 insulin shots per day. I bet we could find some folks that would take your cat for you to get away. Other job titles he's had with the county. He started as a Tech 1 in 1995, then a Tech 2, which is a jailer in 96. Moved to the Sheriff's Technology Division in December of 96 and became an office automation analyst. His title has changed too many times to count or remember. At one time, he was a lead command center analyst, and now he became a resource manager, which is what he is now in 2023. Most memorable moment was realizing around 96, 97 that his calling was to become part of the support staff at Tarrant County Sheriff's Office rather than becoming a peace officer that he had been pursuing. And this made his wife very happy. And as you know, happy wife, happy life. That's right. So, those are his words. What he likes the most, working for the Sheriff's Office, I mean, I agree with it. But yeah, working for the Sheriff's Office for the past 30 years has been amazing. He's grateful he's been able to support the frontline deputies and detention officers that have some of the toughest jobs in Tarrant County. Joe, thank you for 30 years and good luck finishing that master's. We appreciate you. All right, next we have Eddie Harridge. Hello, how are you? Captain. He's a support services captain, 30 years in Tarrant County, born in Fort Hood. Graduated from Burleson High School. Got his BS in criminal justice from Tarleton State. He has been married to his wife Heather for almost 30 years, has 2 kids. One son, age 27, will earn his doctorate in genomics and cell development. That sounds impressive. What is genomics?
He looks at genetics. He's trying to find a cure to cancer.
Okay, very cool. And from Indiana University is where he'll earn his doctorate, and he is committed to a postdoctoral program at the Columbia University Irving Medical Center in New York City. His daughter Grace is 19 and currently attending Tarleton State for digital media studies. In fact, no one knows about him. While attending a private party, he was telling stories about some of the crazy things he has witnessed at work. He was abruptly asked to change the topic by the party host, and that's when he discovered some things we experience in this job shouldn't always be shared with the public. And he has agreed to tell that story here today. No. What he likes to do for fun, travel to new places. He likes the beach and the mountains. Wants to go to Utah and see the natural beauty of that state. Lots of national parks there, and it is beautiful, no doubt about it. Other job titles he's had with the county. He's been the Training Academy Coordinator, Range Master, Labor Detail Commander, and he's been a jail facility commander over 4 out of the 5 jails in the Tarrant County jail system. And what he likes the most, he has been able to provide a comfortable and stable life for his family for 30 years. Captain Harridge, we thank you for your 30 years of dedicated service. We appreciate you very much. Next, we have John Harris. Hi, John. How are you? He is a senior drug chemist with the ME's office, Medical Examiner's Office. Born in New Orleans. I went to high school at St. Augustine in New Orleans, College Xavier in New Orleans, and Texas A&M. 2 kids. He's a homebody and enjoys his downtime. He likes to exercise and work jigsaw puzzles. What's the most number of pieces you've ever done on a jigsaw puzzle?
Oh, about 1,000.
Okay, yeah, that's a lot. Most memorable moment was his first visit to the morgue autopsy area. And I have to tell you, of all the things I've done since I've been county judge, I think that would be mine too. That's something you don't ever forget. What he likes the most is the positive atmosphere, and it's good to know that they are contributing to a better Tarrant and surrounding counties, because the ME's office does so many services for surrounding counties. John, thank you for your 30 years. We appreciate you very much. Mia Moore. Hi, Mia. How are you? 30 years also. Now, I know I can say this one about you. You definitely look too young to have been here 30 years. Criminal investigator with the DA's office, currently assigned to Financial Crimes Public Integrity Unit. Born in Beaumont. Went to high school, South Oak Cliff, SOC, home of the Golden Bears. Went to college at Prairie View A&M. 2 kids and 3 beautiful and exuberant grandchildren. In 1997, she made history as the first black female deputy assigned to the Tarrant County Sheriff's Office Patrol Division. Later in 2008, she became the first black female first-line supervisor, a sergeant within the same division, breaking barriers and paving the way for future generations in law enforcement. And what she likes to do for fun, learning about the life of Jesus and becoming more like him daily. Amen. Amen. Traveling and spending time with her amazing husband. Fellowshipping with family and friends over food and laughter, theater, bowling, fishing. Where do you have all that time? Other job titles with the county. She's been in the Detention Bureau, the Bond Desk, the Patrol Division, Special Operations Command, where she served in narcotics as a DEA task force officer, and with the North Texas High Intensity Drug Trafficking Area as a task force officer. She's been in Community Relations Division, where she served as a certified drug abuse resistance education officer. She's promoted to the rank of sergeant, been back to patrol, been in Juvenile Services Division. Her most memorable moment becoming a DARE officer. And as a DARE officer, her role extended far beyond educating 5th grade students about the dangers of gateway and illicit drugs. In addition to this, they engaged in open discussions about peer pressure, violence, and the lasting impact of the choices we make, both good and bad. Many students shared personal stories about their home lives, expressing experiences of various forms of abuse they'd encountered. Each time she entered the classroom, her heart was filled with the hope that her efforts would make a lasting difference in their lives. and I have no doubt whatsoever that you have and will continue to. What she likes the most, she has cherished most in her career the opportunity to serve and protect this beautiful community. Through prayer, peacefulness, outreach, mentorship, and empowering others, she's witnessed the Tarrant County family grow where it's planted. The joy of providing guidance, love, and comfort to those in need has been both an honor and a blessing, and she's grateful for the chance to be part of this meaningful work, and we are incredibly grateful to have you for 30 years. Stephanie Allred. Hi, how are you? Good to see you. For 30 years, she's been with Tarrant County. She's the Bail Bond Board Secretary, born in Fort Worth, went to Brewer High School, 2 kids, 1 grandson. In fact, no one knows about her that her husband and her were engaged within 2 weeks and married in 6 months.
Wow.
They have now been married 26 years. Very cool. Yeah, that's worth a round of applause. She also gets to tell people that they met in jail. We won't tell you how they met. What she likes to do for fun, travel, go on cruises. She likes to watch the Stars and the Rangers. Other job titles she's had with the county, bond clerk technician, bail bond board secretary, and what is COT?
Confinement operation technician. It was a template.
Okay, got it.
Back when I first started.
What she likes the most, I just like black and white. That's pretty good. The benefits most of the time until the recent switch of the health insurance carrier. Hey, all right. You put it down, I said it. And knowing that she is eligible to retire and could retire at any time, but we hope you don't go anytime soon. Thank you for your 30 years. We appreciate you. We're down to our last one to recognize today, Richard Almendarez. And Deputy Almendarez has been with us for 35 years. Wow. So, pretty cool. He's a deputy sheriff in the intelligence department. He was born in Amarillo. Have you ever eaten a 72-ounce steak? No, okay. Went to high school at Trimble Tech in Fort Worth. Has a daughter, Ava, who is soon to graduate from the University of Arkansas with an MBA from the School of Business. Facts no one knows about him. He's a fan of 80s British comedies, thanks PBS, and believes that The Wire and The Sopranos should be required watching if you are in law enforcement.
Not just law enforcement.
What he likes to do for fun, spend time with his wife and daughter, fire up the grill for family and friends, learn all he can about cigars and good tequila, and attend sporting events. Other job titles he has had with the county: detention officer, gang intel, task force officer, and intelligence. Most memorable moments. Maybe not one specific, but the fond memories of all the dedicated people that he's had the opportunity to work with and learn from throughout the years. He is thankful for the supervisors that he has worked for that allowed him the opportunity to work for them and have such a varied career in law enforcement. What he likes the most is the opportunity to pass on his past experiences and knowledge to those that will continue to do a constantly changing, difficult job, and knowing that the co-workers he leaves behind are dedicated and more than capable, continue to provide positive results for the county. Deputy, thank you for your 35 years. Remarkable. We appreciate you keeping us safe. Thank you. And we also, I did leave somebody out, Glenn Johns, who I don't think is
So Glenn is here. He's from Precinct 4, and he told me, Judge, he apologizes, but he does not check his voicemail. And so he said, don't be mad at him. But Glenn has been with us for 30 years. He is an incredible asset to us out in Precinct 4. He's a machinist who can do just about anything, and his leadership is felt from everybody who joined our organization. So Glenn, thank you very much for 30 years.
Thank you, Glenn. Glenn, if you don't fill out the form on the 35th, that's it. All right, so that is, let's give one more big round of applause for all our employees. And now I will move to receive and file this employee recognition.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Passes unanimously. And now we have our employees go down to the 4th floor for a reception in your honor. So if y'all will, you're welcome to stay, of course, but if you're ready to go, please make your way down to the 4th floor. And again, we thank you for all you do. Thank you for that. I did that, and then I lost it.
Yeah.
You're out.
Yeah.
Okay, next item we have on the agenda is a proclamation for National Crime Victims' Rights Week. We have several people in the Victim Services Department from the DA's office who will be attending to receive this proclamation. Karma Anderson, Candace Burnett, Carrie Farley, Imelda Lopez, and Christina Sanchez. Feel free to make your way up here to the front. The proclamation reads as follows. National Crime Victims' Rights Week recognizes lasting physical, emotional, and social challenges resulting from the impact of crime on victims and continues to advance the cause of justice for crime victims. This commemorative week is a recommitment to ensuring all victims are offered compassionate and competent services in the aftermath of crime. Collaboration between providers, community leaders, faith organizations, educators, and businesses connect victims and services, providing safety, healing, and hope. The support of their communities, with the support of their communities and victim service providers, survivors are empowered to face their grief, loss, fear, and anger without judgment, and can rest assured they are seen, assisted, and respected. The Tarrant County Commissioner's Court is dedicated to strengthening victims and survivors in the aftermath of crime, affirming resilience in our victim responders, and supporting the Tarrant County Criminal District Attorney's Office and Tarrant County Sheriff's Office. So we, upon passage, the Commissioner's Court of Tarrant County does hereby proclaim the week of April 6th through the 12th, 2025 as Crime Victims' Rights Week throughout Tarrant County, and we reaffirm our commitment to maintaining and improving a victim service and criminal justice response that assists all victims of crime. So I will move to approve this proclamation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote.
Judge, you do have public comment.
Pat, oh, we do. Well, thank you for telling me that. Do we need to do a motion to rescind that vote? We never. What do we need to do?
I think, I'm sorry, did the lights actually go on?
I don't know if they did or not. I may have pressed it. Did they go on? Okay.
I think.
I'll move to withdraw the previously. I will move to reconsider the motion we just passed.
Second.
The motion is second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote.
To rescind the motion.
All right, that passes unanimously. Now we have a speaker, so I'm sorry that I brought you ladies up there. If y'all will step aside while I find the speaker deal here and bring up our speaker. Our speaker is Terry Roach. It's Mr. Roach here.
Thank you, Judge. Commissioner Ramirez, you were a victim of crime recently. I'm sorry to hear that. And good police work. In your case, hope justice is served. There was a Red Oak teacher that you may be aware of who's a victim of the same crime, death threats. And I just ask that the court and everyone raise their voice that the same law enforcement resources be marshaled to find and apprehend the criminals in that case. To all assembled in the court, please do everything you can to ensure that we have body-worn camera for all law enforcement. There's nothing you can do for victims better than to provide justice, and that's the tool for providing justice. As you should know, I'm a victim of crime as well, multiple crimes committed by officers. We got some good ones, I always want to say, because we need reform, and we have that came from teaching. We need to get rid of some teachers on the court. Not every judge in America is a good judge. So I always want to say we've got great law enforcement, but we serve them when we get rid of the ones that don't need to be wearing badges. Body camera is the reason that the collusion between the Benbrook Police, Benbrook leadership, and Tarrant County DA's office, their efforts to put me in jail were not successful. I was assaulted by Sergeant Robert Matlack of the Benbrook Police. The assault happened outside of any police action. The assault happened outside of the city limits. A jury watched that video during my sham trial, and they found me not guilty largely, and I'm not just telling you what I think, I'm not imputing this on them. They stuck around to say that guy was assaulted. That's one of the major reasons I'm not in jail right now. They saw through the lies, and that sure helped see the lies when I was assaulted there. If there's any meaning to this resolution, Sergeant Matlack must be charged. It is appropriate, though, that we take crimes committed against law enforcement with the highest priority, the highest level of justice. It is appropriate that we give crimes like the teacher at Red Oak, who are victims because of their identity, whether it's their race, their religion, their gender identity, or whatever you want to call it. It is appropriate also that we have some measure of qualified immunity. The system needs reform, but it's a tough job, and qualified immunity in some measure needs to stay. It is appropriate also that crimes committed by law enforcement, put that at the very top, because that undermines all the good ones that we have, like my grandfather, like several of my cousins in law enforcement. To not put the highest priority on crimes committed by law enforcement is to lose public trust, and we have lost a lot of public trust here.
Okay, my apologies for moving that vote forward the way I did. So now we can move to approve the proclamation. I'll move to do so.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, now, ladies, could you please come back up here? Sorry to do that to you.
And we're sorry for your loss. Thank you.
Okay, next up on the agenda is a proclamation honoring Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta Committee of Tarrant County on the occasion of its 25th anniversary.
Thank you. This past Monday, we observed Cesar Chavez holiday in honor of this famous and civil rights activist. So today we have a proclamation honoring the Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta Committee of Tarrant County on the occasion of its 25th anniversary. Whereas the Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta Committee of Tarrant County officially formed in 2000 to commemorate the life work of Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta, founders of what is now the United Farm Workers. And whereas the committee celebrated its 25th anniversary on March 29, 2025, with a March for Justice at General Worth Square in Fort Worth. And whereas since its founding, the committee has preserved and highlighted the legacies of Mr. Chavez and Ms. Huerta by advocating for greater awareness of their significant contributions to the Latino community in Tarrant County. And whereas the Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta Committee of Tarrant County has set a historical precedent for county residents and other civic and educational institutions to do the same. And whereas this month, the City of Fort Worth Also honored the committee for its work in raising awareness of the contributions of Dolores Huerta and Cesar Chavez to the city and the world. Now therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby congratulate the Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta Committee of Tarrant County for 25 years of advocacy to preserve the legacies of two of America's most effective advocates for the rights of farm workers, immigrants, and women. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed the second day of April 2025. I move approval.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes, and Commissioner Simmons, I know we're going to get off to the wrong foot today, but I did have a few comments on this, and I apologize that I'm making these kind of late. But so I knew about Cesar Chavez, his work. I did not know much about Dolores Huerta, and so I started researching her, and she's had a very storied career, done a lot of things. I noticed she even received the Presidential Medal of Freedom in 2012, and so kudos on that. But she's also the co-chair of the Democratic Socialist of America, honorary chair
What
of
does
the
that have to do
Democratic
with
Socialist.
Commissioners Court?
Excuse me, he's speaking.
Yeah, I'm going to get to that. And then I looked into a little more of her work and her work on against pro-life issues, traditional family values issues, things like that. So it would be hard for me to put my name on something that endorsed or supported somebody whose life was spent in furtherance of objectives that are contrary to my personal beliefs. Now, I know it's frustrating, and I know you're probably going to say, again, why does that matter? I'm sure there's going to be resolutions, things that I bring in front of this court for people you think, I don't agree with that, I don't agree with what they did, I don't want to put my name to it, and I would fully expect you to vote against those as well. I just didn't want to mess with the resolution, I didn't want to try to amend it, I didn't want to try to do anything, I was just going to vote against it, but I wanted you to know why, not just because I didn't like it, I didn't like the representatives we have here for the work that some of them done. My good friend Lon Burnham, I don't know if he's here today, I know is a part of this group or associated with this group, and we have varying political beliefs, much differences, but he's somebody I've always had a lot of appreciation and respect for. So it's not a comment on them. It's more for the name of the organization who was found after. I just don't feel like I can put my name on that. So I'm going to be voting against it. I just wanted you to know why.
Okay. There is a lot that you are not going to like, and I'm not going to. It's just life.
I get it. That's why I'm saying you have every right to bring it. I appreciate that. I just wanted you to know why I was voting against it. So,
What was the name of that organization?
Democratic Socialists of America organization.
Okay.
Or party.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All right. Seeing none, please cast your vote. All right. Resolution passes 3-2.
Okay, we do have committee members here, and you will have an opportunity to speak. Toby Savitz, Erica Jaramillo, and Peter Pena. Come on up. And who else? I missed somebody. Maricela. Okay.
Good morning. Also with us is Richard Gonzalez, the person who brought forth this wonderful holiday to Tarrant County community back in 2000. With him is his wife, Dora Gonzalez, and we also have Alexander Montalvo, who is an advocate for our committee. I am going to read the paragraph that I had made for this occasion, okay? And I didn't think to take off my glasses. Sorry about that. Okay, so thank you, Commissioner Lisa Simmons and fellow commissioners, Judge, for the wonderful proclamation recognizing the Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta Committee of Tarrant County's 25th anniversary. We are honored to have your support, and I hope in the future you may get to know us a little bit more.
I would love to talk with you about it.
Definitely would love to encourage a conversation. We are honored to have your support as we continue our mission to promote education, social justice, community involvement, and leadership. We are thrilled to celebrate this milestone with you and look forward to continuing our work in honoring the legacies of Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta. Their tireless efforts towards workers' rights and civil rights inspire us every day to keep pushing for a more just and equitable society. Thank you again for your support and recognition. We are proud to be members of this Tarrant County community and look forward to continuing our work together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, let's see.
Thank you, Judge, for giving me a moment to just make a brief remark. I wanted to personally thank my good friend, Maricela Jimenez, for the great work that she and the committee are doing. I was fortunate to be able to attend the march and the rally on Saturday, and it was a beautiful example of the Latino community coming together to pay tribute to the life and legacy of Cesar Chavez. My friend, I'm so proud of the work that you and the committee are doing. It reminds me of the work that we did together when we were on the MLK Holiday Committee. Thank you for your support. Thank you for the work that you're doing, and thank you for amplifying those voices. We appreciate you.
Are the minutes this time, for some reason, not on consent?
I show the minutes on consent.
You do? Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Next, we move to approval of the consent agenda or discussion of the consent agenda as amended. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended?
Move approval. Second.
We have a motion to approve. We have a second. Any discussion on this item? All right. Seeing none, please cast your vote. All right. Passes unanimously. Now brings us to two public hearings. The first public hearing is to consider the draft 2025-2029 Consolidated Plan and Community Development. I don't have anyone signed up to speak to this item. I will open the public hearing. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to this item? Okay. Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Move approval.
Second. All right, we have a motion. We have a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Next item is another public hearing, which is to consider a stop sign on Heritage Court and on Heritage Drive in Precinct 1. I don't have anyone sign up to speak to that. Is there anyone who would like to speak on this item? Is there anything, Commissioner Miles, you would like to say on this item?
That's what we're
Okay. I will then entertain another motion to close the public hearing.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to close that public hearing. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, that one passes unanimously. Now it brings us to consideration of out-of-state travel requests. I will move to approve these out-of-state travel requests.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote on that. It passes unanimously. Now we bring item, I believe, C2 from consent. Item C2 is consideration of a contract with Mental Health Connections of Tarrant County for Tarrant Cares website maintenance. We don't have a speaker for this, and somebody pulled this off to...
I did. I just wanted to make a comment, Judge, on this. I think this is a great resource for the community, and I would just like to request that our communications team create an educational campaign to promote this page. We just want to make sure that everybody in our community knows that this resource is available.
Okay,
Move for approval.
you're moving to approve, I mean, I don't...
Move to approve the item.
Yeah.
Yeah, the item.
We don't have the ability to vote on that. So.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah.
It wasn't a recommendation to vote. It was just a recommendation that we amplify that resource, and so that people know that that's accessible and available to them. One of the things that made me pull that was because in my listening sessions, I've heard a lot of people talk about some of their mental health challenges and struggles, and they didn't know that these types of resources were available. And I just think that we can do a better job of communicating that out to the larger community so that they know that there is help available for them.
All right, we have a motion to approve item C2. I think we have a second. Oh, now we have a second if we didn't. All right, any discussion on this item? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Next up is item F1, which is consideration of an attorney employment agreement engaging Mark Goldstucker with the law office of Mark Goldstucker regarding the defense of a former Tarrant County employee, Jaquavia Simmons, in the Anthony Johnson Sr. lawsuit. So I will move to approve.
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion before we bring up some speakers? All right, seeing none. The first speaker we have is Anthony Johnson. The second is Reed Bills. Is Mr. Johnson present? Is Reed Bills present? All right, we're going to move to the next one. If they come in, we'll go to them. Jimmy Blackwell. We have a holdover room.
We have over 504 and downstairs on the second floor.
Mr. Blackwell, come on up. Mr. Blackwell, you're next.
There's Anthony.
Yeah, I'll get
I rise in strong solidarity to my murdered comrade, Anthony Johnson Jr.'s family. Semper Fi. I also rise to voice my strong opposition to having taxpayers' dollars diverted to assist in the defense of anyone who participated in the murder of our comrade, Anthony Johnson Jr. Taxpayers did not murder Anthony Johnson Jr. If this request goes forward, it means that you are asking the Johnson family, who are taxpayers in this county, to help pay for the defense of persons responsible for their loved one's death. That's unacceptable. Period. It doesn't make sense to even have this request come forward based on the fact that these people were convicted, or at least they were deemed to be guilty. They were fired. So therefore, it is their responsibility to come up with their own defense fund. Now, I know you're saying that this comes from the employee agreement, whatever that is. Then get the money from them. Do not expect the taxpayers to support this motion to have us cover these murderers. And I am quite sure that the Johnson family will agree with me when I say it is not their responsibility as taxpayers to support motion, and we would like to see it thrown out right now. You have that responsibility. You have the ability to do so. So why don't, for once, you show this family some respect and do what's right? And that is to deny this ridiculous motion.
Mr. Johnson.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The difficulty of a different situation that creates my reality and offers knowledge that gives me confidence and reassurance that accountability will be upheld. Tracking the moments of my mind of my son's last moments and those last minutes is horrific. I told you once, I had the mirror. It's replayed constantly. It's so horrific that I have to learn to deal with this on a day-to-day basis because this trial is going to be tried twice. And today, wow, asphyxiation. Just think about that. Just think about somebody smothering you. But on top of that, let's keep in mind, Mr. Simmons, been waiting for you. And as I've said many a times, commissioners, you people are not the ones, but you are the ones who need to make accountability accountable. Each of you. Because there's no way possible for the lowest mindset within me. And I say that with due respect because I have no respect for the individuals that I constantly see that stood by and watched my son's last breath be taken, and especially in that manner. It was not acceptable. He did not deserve that, and I do hope that you people do the right thing. I thank you.
Thank you.
Following read bills, we have Bishop Kirkland.
Here we are again, at a time when the county has expressed a desire to save taxpayers' money by cutting the 2025 budget, and have done so by eliminating most, if not all, of the social services funded by the county. You are asking for up to $30,000 more to hire outside counsel to represent your employee in a civil suit brought by the Johnson family against the county jail. The attorneys you have already hired should have initiated negotiations to resolve this case long before now, so that Mr. Johnson's parents and sisters don't have to appear and remind you of your duty at every meeting. The money spent on attorneys should be spent on restoring funding for the very social services that will help prevent a need for compensating inmates who have been abused by the jail system. It is time to get your priorities in order.
Bishop Kirkland.
As a civil serviceman, Jaquavius Simmons will get the attorney. More money, more money, more money, more. My village is asking this body to stop your bald-faced lying, saying you are powerless against Wild Bill. We humbly ask this body to initiate the actions to remove Sheriff Wayborn under Section 870.001 Act 1987, the 70th Legislation Chapter, Chapter 149, Section 1, effective September 1st, 1987. Jaquavius is only guilty of one thing, and that is he followed the elusive SOP that this body can't even get a copy of. What he did, how he did it, is in the SOP. That's why the kid was murdered. You come here every week to replace the hen house door. We don't need a new hen house door. We need a new rooster on the yard. If Anthony Johnson Jr. had received the preferential treatment that Bill Jr. did, he would still be alive. Jaquavius would still have his little funky job as a hired overseer of jailhouse Negroes. But in reality, this ain't nothing but another blue stamp on the agenda. Most of this entire agenda is nothing more than a predetermined blue stamp agenda. That's why I call it the horse and pony show. Nothing more than a late-term abortion. How much money in attorney allotments are we going to continue to rack up? These payments only go as a recourse and recompense to the real people that you see as your enemy. That is Commissioner Simmons, because she's the only one that has the audacity to cry out against this beastly jail. If you have nothing else to do, I suggest you go back to your original purpose as commissioner. Take some time to deal with these erroneous, massive mismanagement of fiduciary funds and do something about the roads and the streets. That's what you've been called to do. If Anthony Johnson Jr. was the sheriff's son, if he was male, if he was white,
lower your voice and do it now. Do it now.
Sir,
do it now.
I
You're done.
respect you.
Okay, then I've asked you to lower your voice.
And I said I speak loudly. Don't talk to me like I'm nobody.
All right.
Anyway.
That's it for those. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion from the court? All right, seeing none, cast your vote. All right, it passes 3-2. Brings us now to G1 from consent. And this is, are we just acknowledging that this was done? Is this all this is? Consideration to provide written notification to party chairs regarding proposed changes to voting precinct boundaries?
So this is actually getting approval for the court to send the notice to the precinct chairs that the boundaries are changing.
This is voting to allow you to send it?
Yes.
I thought you've already sent it.
Well, we went ahead and reached out and spoke to the chairs, but this is the process in the law requires us to come here, get permission to send notice. Then officially they receive notice from the court, not the elections department.
So we need a motion to allow you to provide such written notice?
The court to provide it.
Okay, all right. All right, do we have a motion on this?
So moved.
Okay, a motion, do we have a second? All right, we have a motion and a second. We have 3 speakers on this item. Carol Rayburn is the first. Following Ms. Rayburn, we have Laura Lehman.
Good morning. My name is Carol Rayburn. I live in Arlington. I have been a retired engineer for several years, and I live in the world of right and wrong and fair. And I would really like to see Arlington and everyone in Precinct 2 remain with Alicia Simmons as our representative. Changing the boundaries to make Precinct 2 predominantly white
Okay,
will take away our majority.
you're talking about a different item?
G2? G1?
Well, G1, this is not regarding changing commissioners' court boundaries.
Okay,
This
sorry.
is voting
I'll hold this
precincts.
off.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But I think that's what your intent was, so
Yes,
if
sir.
somebody will remind me or you'll raise your hand or something, I'll call you back for this one.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Laura Lehman. Is Laura Lehman here? We still have a
Second floor is now shut down because we moved everybody up to the 5th floor, but we do still have people over in 504,
gotcha.
and we're trying to actively have them lined up as you call them.
Okay, the next one is Mike Brewster.
brief. This is a step that is required to start a process, and it is time that we start that process. Let's make the notifications that we need to make and start moving this along. And I'm going to save us all 3 minutes and let you imagine that it would probably, those ideas would probably apply to 0 precincts as well. It's time to start things, making things make sense. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Laura Lehman, not present. Okay, we have a motion and a second on item G1. Any discussion on this? All right, please cast your vote. All right. And next up, I guess we've already approved G2, haven't we?
Did G2 get pulled?
No. So, okay, so we're good on G2, which now brings us to purchasing. All right, so purchasing. There's a lot of purchasing going on here.
Yes, it is.
If there's no objection, or I guess if there's no second, that's the same as an objection, I will move to approve items L1 through 12.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on that. Any discussion on any of those items or this motion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Maybe I should leave that up there a little longer. All right, next one is item L13, which is to permission to take bids and RFPs. There's quite a few of those as well. I have a question on P. Purchase of UiPath licenses. So can somebody explain how this is used, how it operates, how many employees use this? What is it exactly? Well, Andre, why don't we hear from you first? Is this the vendor?
Sajid is actually the person that runs this system, but in plain English, plain words, this system is used to automate QA testing, and it has dramatically reduced the amount of time that it takes for us to test applications, literally from weeks to hours.
Okay.
And so it is tremendously relevant to what we do, allowing us to operate much faster.
Okay.
Sajid?
Yeah, I mean, apart from
Go up there.
So apart from just QA testing though, we have worked with the business teams like the county clerk, district clerk, CDA, SO, Sheriff's Office, automated all of their business processes. And we currently run using that tool with every release, especially with TechShare. So that saves quite an amount of time for these business units. Rather than have their people test, they can just basically look at your results from the automated one with every release. So that saves a lot of time for them.
Got it. Thank you.
Sure.
All right, do we have a motion on item 13 or any other questions?
No. I'll move. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion to grant permission to take bids and RFPs. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, I don't know how you record that one, but I'll let y'all deal with it. Okay. It's at least 4-0.
Congress does proxies, so yeah, we can too.
All right, and now we are going to take a 10-minute recess. So we'll be back in here at 11:15. That may be a 9-minute. We'll be back in here at 11:15 to resume. We are now in recess. Live? Okay. All right, we're back from recess. The first item up is item P1.
I move to reject.
Okay. The item is consideration and possible action to approve a legal services agreement between Tarrant County and the Public Interest Legal Foundation. All right, so we have a motion to reject. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion from the court members before we bring up voters, speakers?
Yes. Okay. Yes. I moved that we reject the proposed agreement for these redistricting services because I have profound objections concerning the proposed contract with Public Interest Legal Foundation. This matter demands our utmost scrutiny since its implications extend far beyond a simple contractual agreement. We are discussing the very foundation of our democratic process, the fair and equitable representation of our constituents. I want y'all to be very clear. After the census in 2021, Tarrant County Commissioners Court, led by 5 other individuals, had a full redistricting process. They hired a reputable law firm, Bickerstaff. They conducted a full analysis of the census data to determine the deviations were well within 10%. They were under 2% for every precinct. The court engaged the community and had several town hall meetings. So there was a redistricting process in 2021 at the appropriate time with the most up-to-date census data. And the determination was not to redistrict. The Tarrant County Commissioners Court vote was 4-1 to accept the firm's recommendation to not redraw the lines. So let me elaborate. One basic goal in redistricting is to make sure the 4 precincts are equal in population. Courts have generally accepted that a total population deviation of less than 10% between the most and the least populous districts is considered substantially equal. So, top to bottom deviation would take the most overpopulated district, the most underpopulated district or precinct. We add up their percentage, and if it's more than 10%, the precinct is out of map and unconstitutional, making the county obligated to redraw the lines. If a redistricting plan has a deviation exceeding 10%, it becomes more likely to face legal challenges. So in our case, in 2021, the greatest deviation was 1.0%, nowhere near 10%. And because the commissioners' precincts were so balanced, it was the recommendation of the third-party law firm hired by the county and the vote of the Commissioners Court to not change the lines because the deviation was so low and possible challenges to the map bears that much heavier of a burden of proof as to why this is needed. So can someone, when I'm done, explain to our constituents the logic of undertaking a second redistricting effort? You're wanting to talk about doing 2 redistricting processes in less than 5 years. It's not even quite mid-census. Next and foremost, we must address the fundamental question of legal authority. As members of the County Commissioners Court, our actions are circumscribed by the powers granted to us by the state. Where, I ask, is the explicit statutory authorization for a mid-decade redistricting process? Where is the explicit statutory authorization for a county commissioner's court to conduct 2 redistricting processes in under 5 years? To proceed without clear legal grounding is to invite legal challenges and to operate at the very least in a legal danger zone. We risk not only wasting taxpayer dollars in litigation, but also undermining the public's trust in our governance. We have to be able to defend our actions with clear and unambiguous legal precedent. To be clear, to repeat, there is actually no state statute that authorizes a county to conduct redistricting at all. Tarrant County doesn't possess the authority to redraw the Commissioner's Court map for the remainder of this decade because at the beginning of the decade, the new census came in. We conducted a redistricting process, and the districts were within deviation. Therefore, our map is not unconstitutional as it currently exists. Now, in 2031, go for it. So, let's say my colleagues do vote to conduct a second redistricting process in under 5 years. We need to consider the accuracy of the data upon which this redistricting would be based. The 2020 census provided a snapshot of our county at a specific point in time. And we're now in 2025. Our county has experienced dynamic growth, demographic shifts, and changing community needs and so to rely on outdated data is only going to create a distorted and inaccurate representation of our current population. Y'all want to draw lines based on numbers that no longer exist. This is just not fundamentally sound. It's unfair. We cannot in good conscience proceed with a process that is inherently flawed by outdated information. Next, the potential of this redistricting to violate minority voting rights is a matter of grave concern. The Voting Rights Act exists to protect the rights of all citizens, particularly those who have historically been marginalized. Majority-minority precincts formed through years of community organizing and coalition building are essential for ensuring that communities of color have a meaningful voice in our elections. To dismantle these precincts is to silence those voices, to deny them their rightful representation. And then let's examine the firm or foundation or whatever the public interest legal foundation considers itself. The organization exists solely in order to undermine the voting strength of minority voters. If my colleagues support this law firm, they are engaging in intentional discrimination against minority voters, putting this county at risk of more litigation. Did anybody spend any time looking at this firm? If you spend an hour or so online Googling PILF or PILF activities, you'll find a rap sheet of this organization being sued over and over again for their shady, discriminatory practices. But I also think you can take the ruling in Galveston County where Judge Brown, a former Texas Supreme Court justice, a Republican appointee, ran as a Republican, got elected many, many times. Trump appointed him to the federal court. Point being, Judge Brown is nobody's liberal. Judge Brown wrote a long opinion about Galveston County and PILF, and he used a number of adjectives to describe PILF and its practices like mean-spirited, poorly executed. He had a lot of criticisms of PILF's activities in the case. The fact that this law firm has been found to engage in discriminatory conduct is a fact worth pointing out to our constituents. Besides this glaringly not being the right time to redistrict, PILF is just not the right firm. It's not the right firm now, and I don't think it'll be the right firm when the time comes. Their track record is poor. It's going to put the county at risk for having lawyers that have already been found to be discriminatory before. That's a big point. The fact that you guys are trying to hire this firm, that in itself is an act of intentional discrimination. And if you guys want to ignore the other reasons I've mentioned, why this would be a major error for our county, we have to consider the fiscal irresponsibility. The proposed $30,000 contract will be a mere drop in the bucket. The true cost of this redistricting, including potential legal challenges, will likely run into the hundreds of thousands, if not millions. We are essentially throwing away good money. We know that in 2031, we will be required to engage in redistricting based on new census data. So, do you think it wise for this county to engage in 3 comprehensive redistricting processes in a 10-year process? A period. Initiating this process now is just burning taxpayer money on a redundant and potentially harmful exercise. We have to be wise stewards of these people's funds. We have to be better than this. I'm done.
Any other comments from commissioners?
If I may, Judge, thank you. Simply for me, I have more questions than I believe we as a court have answers. Some of those questions center around, was there a previous discussion about this during court? How was Public Interest Legal Foundation selected? Where did the recommendation come from? Do they have a presentation that we can review to ensure that they are in alignment with the values of our communities? What are the software capabilities to ensure a public map drawing process and technical expertise needed to facilitate the process? Is the firm present? This is a Virginia-based firm, if I'm correct, and I have a significant number of questions based on that. One of them is, what do they know about Tarrant County? We are required to fly lawyers to our community to learn about our community, in addition to the cost of phase 1 of the project. What is phase 2 and how much will it cost? There are so many questions and challenges associated with this proposal for me. Due to the gravity of this situation and the impact it will have on constituents, it's imperative in my eyes that we maximize transparency. Due to changes in federal funding, in my opinion, we should be focused on conserving resources and not replicating a study that was done following the 2020 census. And as a point of record, I'm the only person on this court that was present when the original redistricting was done in 2021, and it was a full process. I have that from personal context and being involved in it. The presentation in October stated that 4 Tarrant County Commissioners Court precincts are imbalanced and do not need to be redrawn. Our resources should not go to replicating an analysis to advance anybody's, and I'm not saying that this is the intent of anyone on this court, any political positions, but to ensure the services impacted by the federal funding cuts continue for our constituents. At this present moment, I'm working with partners that I have in different industries to be able to address some of the potential layoffs that we're going to be having as a result of the federal funding cuts, to ensure that these individuals that we call family members in Tarrant County have a place to land, and that they're not left without any options or any hope. Now, we're not going to be able to place all of these individuals, but I think that we should be putting forth a good faith effort to try to find a place for these individuals to land. We should be talking about that and coming up with solutions on how to address that issue. However, it's based on the public statements of a few of my colleagues that they are determined to make redistricting a priority, and you have that right. I simply ask that we ensure transparency through an open and public process. That's my ask. Specifically, I'm requesting an RFP to identify the firm to facilitate this process. I have nothing against Public Interest Legal Foundation because I don't know a whole lot about it. But it's imperative that this process is inclusive of all taxpayers with the ability to view and add input on maps through a systematic and fair process. Moreover, there is a likelihood that we will exceed the $50,000 threshold that requires an RFP. Therefore, I'm asking to move to table consideration on this topic until a more thoughtful process inclusive of an RFP that is brought to the Commissioner's Court. And just for record, as I was reading through our Melissa's department, I'm sorry. Purchasing. We had several RFPs that were underneath $30,000 that we approved. Why is it that we can't have an RFP process for this that's going to have far-reaching implications on all community members? All I'm asking, colleagues, is that we have a fair and transparent process that is inclusive of everybody, and we give firms that have the experience and expertise the opportunity to bid on this process. Thank you for your time. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. One thing that you said in there was, you said something like, I moved to table.
No.
There's already a motion on the floor that you seconded. You didn't mean to move that motion.
No, that's correct.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Any other comments from commissioners? Anything? Okay. For our public, we're going to get to the speakers now. There are 77 of you, which at least signed up. I don't know how many are actually here. But according to the decorum policy that we passed, whenever it was, a couple months ago, I suppose, everybody's time is limited to 1 minute. Some things that I'm going to say now, and we are going to follow. We are going to maintain decorum. There will be no yelling. There will be no clapping. We are going to do this in an orderly, business-like fashion. And at the end of 1 minute, I ask you to recognize the minute is up and step aside for the next speaker. I'm also going to ask that when I call your name to come speak, you come, and the next person to go stand in the back, unless you have any kind of health issue that will prohibit you from doing so you can come up immediately after the next speaker. And we want public comment, we want public participation, we want it to be done in an orderly fashion, and it is my responsibility as a presiding officer of the court to make sure we have that, and I intend to do so. So with that, I'm going to have Carol Rayburn come up first, since she wanted to speak on this item but signed up to a different one.
No pressure. Hi, I already introduced myself.
And Allison Campolo is next.
And I just want to thank you for making it clear about what we're talking about today, and I appreciate your preservation of the Tarrant County funds for attorneys and the RFP request. I'm totally in agreement with everything that y'all are talking about doing, because I think clarity, transparency, and honesty are so important. And keeping a really good steward in charge of our Tarrant County funds to protect all of us from any kind of upset with federal funding, and watch out for the people of our county that are looking for jobs. So I appreciate you listening to commissioners and taking into account that there's not a good reason for this right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Ms. Campolo, we have Susan Levon Cockrell.
Mom said she couldn't make it today. Just to strike off your list. Okay.
Honorable Commissioners, my name is Dr. Allison Campolo. Thank you for seeing us today. Today we gather as Americans, regardless of party, united by principle of fair and equal representation. This is a moral tenet and a founding cornerstone of our democracy. In 2021, this court found the existing districts balanced within 1% of each other and declined to redraw them. Mid-decade redistricting is highly unusual, raising serious questions. Why revisit a sound decision? I'm concerned about the up to $30,000 for a specialized law firm. We already employ experts in our elections office and pay for software which can already easily achieve the map desired by the Republican commissioners of this court. Why outsource? If these lines are going to be so complex that they need a specialized firm, they will likely violate voting rights laws. We're being asked to pay for an illegal map. Legal challenges will cost an additional hundreds of thousands in defense, and this is further reckless use of taxpayer funds. We deserve transparency and accountability. I urge you to reconsider this costly, harmful, unnecessary redistricting and protect Tarrant County taxpayers. Thank you.
Ms. Cockrell, not present.
Right.
All right, next is Jason Ballman. Following Mr. Ballman is James Livingston.
Good morning, Judge O'Hara and fellow commissioners. My name is Jason Ballman. I'm here because I refuse to accept a system where power protects itself. I'm a resident of Tarrant County, a taxpayer, and someone who believes in the fundamental promise of American democracy that the people choose their leaders, not the other way around. What you're proposing here today is not redistricting, it's calculated rigging. It's an attempt to gerrymander the voice of the people into silence. Hiring a conservative think tank with taxpayer dollars to redraw 2 precincts in Tarrant County isn't governance, it's manipulation. It's a deliberate attempt to rig the map, silence voters, and cling to power. Precincts 1 and 2 are home to some of the most diverse, dynamic, and civically engaged communities in all of Texas. You're not just redrawing lines, you're redrawing lives. You're silencing black and brown voters. You can't redraw a community. You can't erase conscience, and you can't outmaneuver a movement. We will organize, we will litigate, we will vote.
Mr. Livingston is next. Following Mr. Livingston is Sarah Munns. Is Mr. Livingston present? All right, is Sarah Munns present? All right, next we have Catherine Godby. Following Ms. Godby, we have Olga Barrio. Is Ms. Godby present? How about Ms. Barrio? Next we have Maritza Moldrum. Next we have John Zarate. Yeah, and we don't have an overflow room anymore, or do we?
We still have some folks back in 504, but we're trying to get, as seats become available, we're trying to bring them.
I gotcha. Okay. All right, next we have Roseanne Clark. Next we have Jennifer Blunt. Next we have Fran Rhodes. Following Ms. Rhodes, we apparently have Jennifer Blunt again. Yeah, same address.
Good morning. My name is Fran Rhodes. I rise to speak in favor of approval of the services agreement with Public Interest Legal Foundation to pursue redistricting in Tarrant County Commissioners' districts. Redistricting has not happened in almost 15 years, and our county has changed since then. Population centers have shifted, and population has increased significantly. In addition to that, the current districts do not necessarily reflect the culture and values of the residents of the districts. Tarrant County needs responsible leadership for its future survival as a leader in Texas, and redistricting is needed to ensure that survival. I urge passage of the agreement and exploring a population-based responsible plan to redistrict the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Jennifer Blunt here? All right, Brian King. Carla Palomares. Following Ms. Palomares, we have Catherine Moore.
My name is Carla Palomares, resident of Precinct 4. For context today, I want to state the definition of gerrymandering. It's the
practice of dividing or arranging of territorial or geographical region into electoral districts in a way that gives political party an unfair advantage in the overall electoral process in elections. Voters in Texas are probably some of the most familiar with this unethical practice. With the modern means available, we know that people can be divided and arranged based on their race, their political identity, their age, their zip code, so many other factors. Tim O'Hare, I do not trust in your decision and your authority as a county judge to hijack our county redistricting and county elections process, which has been a well-known endeavor of yours that you've campaigned on and have carried out under the guise of election integrity and government transparency. That's one consideration of why I didn't vote for you. You're actively trying to silence the voices of marginalized people, black, brown, poor, as well as dissenting voices that have shown up here, and that's unacceptable. Your proposal is a fundamentally wasteful, inefficient, discriminatory, racist, politically charged, secretive, and outright negligent use of our tax dollars, and it's very much an attempt to defraud Tarrant County voters.
Following Ms. Moore, we have Roger DeFrang. Is Ms. Moore present? All right, following Mr. DeFrang, we have Reed Bills.
I stand in support of this motion. I've lived in Arlington, Texas for 49 years now, and I've lived in Precinct 2 for 49 years. There's a lot of changes that are happening. We have Trump in the White House, and Doge is finding ways to cut and save our taxes. Our new TAD board has 3 elected members now, and they're finding ways to spread out the evaluation to save our taxes and save our money. We have a county judge that, along with the commissioner, that has dramatically decreased our taxes and decreased our spending. Change needs to be done. I want change in this district, or this precinct, because I've been a resident. I'm not happy with the representation I have. I want racism and profanity out of the dais. That's not my style. And I request that they make this change and move forward with redistricting.
Thank you. Following Ms. Bills, we have Cassandra Redinger.
I strongly oppose this attack being made on voting rights in general. And I specifically object to the choice of the conservative legal group, Public Interest Legal Foundation, to do your dirty work. Virginia-based PILF is known for suing states and local governments to purge voters from election rolls. There is no indication in the agreement that any PILF lawyers are licensed to practice law in Texas, or that they have any knowledge of Texas election laws or rules of procedure. Racial bias and revenge, not expertise or experience, is behind selecting PILF to redraw district lines to satisfy your intentions. Tarrant County taxpayers deserve better than this.
Is Ms. Redinger here? I don't think that's Ms. Redinger over there. But all right, following Ms. Redinger, we have Julie McCarty. Following Ms. McCarty, we have Geraldine Jackie Cox.
Hello, and thank you for your time. I am Julie McCarty, CEO of True Texas Project, which represents thousands of Tarrant County residents. I think any conversation where there are accusations of gerrymandering must begin with the current map. No one can honestly look at that map and say that it is pure. Commissioner Ramirez's statement covered it best, I think, when he made 2 points. One is that conservatives across the county have spoken and voted and won, and we believe the best way to preserve our county is to fix this map. The second thing he mentioned was the growth of the county and the time that has passed since the last redistricting. So I would agree with him and the thousands of true Texans in Tarrant County and respectfully ask for you to vote yes on redistricting. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Ms. Cox, we have Mike Brewster.
My name is, I'm Geraldine Jackie Cox. I think you can tell from the turnout today, voting is very important to Tarrant County residents, and we want it to be fair, we want it to be open, we want it to be inclusive. And to make that happen, we have to have a more thorough process than something that starts off with 3 days' notice and a little 1-minute presentation on something that's the most important thing we're going to do in this coming year. So I'm hopeful that you will take to heart that voting redistricting is way more than one map and $30,000 worth of DC consultant time. What we need is people who are skillful and knowledgeable about Texas redistricting law and people who have a commitment to making this a fair and open and inclusive process.
Thank you.
Everybody.
Following Mr. Brewster, we have Dr. Michael Bell.
Hello, I'm Mike Brewster, and I am the Tarrant County GOP Precinct Chairman of Precinct 1504. If you want to talk about gerrymandering, look at the returns from my precinct and look at the representation that I have in Precinct 1. It does not match the demographics of where I am. If you look at the map, it's obvious to see that that map is gerrymandered. It's time to start the process to correct that situation. It's been there for a long time. I recommend that we start aligning by jurisdictions, which makes our elections simpler. Right now, Precinct 1 crosses at least 5 city limits, if I'm correct, and it may be 7, but I'm pretty sure about 5. That's ridiculous. Let's align by jurisdictions. Let's look at geography, and let's put a map together that looks reasonable. Thanks.
Thank you. Following Dr. Bell, we have Katie Starnes.
What is being proposed today isn't simply another item on an agenda. It's a calculated and dangerous threat to democracy in our community. This proposal, under the guise of a routine legal contract, is a calculated move to reshape political boundaries mid-decade without any legitimate justification. It's an act that aims to silence the voices of Black, Hispanic, and other minority voters in our county. Instead of engaging voters in good faith, building trust, and earning support, some members of this court are choosing a shortcut, not by winning hearts or minds, but by changing the rules and drawing districts to their advantage. That's not leadership. That's manipulation, and it is wrong. Let's tell the truth. Republicans held the Precinct 2 County Commissioner's seat for over 3 decades until 2019, just 6 years ago. So the claim that it was gerrymandered for a Democrat is simply a lie.
Thank you, sir. Following Ms. Starnes, we have Brandon Brady.
Hello, my name is Katie Starnes, and I believe the commissioners in Tarrant County should be transparent about why we are considering consulting services with the Public Interest Legal Foundation. From my understanding, we usually redistrict after the census, and everything was determined to be well balanced. We should know if there's going to be new data, where it will come from, and the reason why. Because it seems like it would be a waste of taxpayer dollars to look into this, given that the current presidential administration is against government waste of taxpayer dollars. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Mr. Brady here? All right, following Mr. Brady, or I guess not Mr. Brady, is Doreen Geiger. Following Ms. Geiger is Joanne Cardoza. No, you're up.
Oh, okay. 3 years ago, the court received the redistricting assessment for county commissioner districts apportionment. You have a copy of the courtroom screenshot of that data. In November 2021, the commissioners voted to stay with the original maps. There is no reason to ask a different consultant whose legal agreement does not comply with the Voting Rights Act. This will incur additional cost for taxpayers when litigated. It is imperative that all 5 members of the court be included in every written, oral, and online communication. No excluding any member, and this needs to be made clear to any firm that does redistricting consulting. This is all politics and not required by law. No shenanigans.
Following Ms. Cardoza, we have Denise Marroquin.
Good morning, City of Arlington resident, Precinct 2. I am here today in any opposition to redistricting of Precinct 2. Each precinct in Tarrant County is unique in regards to demographics, socioeconomics, and disparities. Disparities such as health, transportation, and housing. The needs of each precinct in Tarrant County vary. Efforts to redistrict Precinct 2 will dilute the voting power of communities of color. The City of Arlington is the 6th most diverse city in the nation. Redistricting will take away our right to vote for the candidate that will best represent the values we care about. Commissioner Simmons was outraised and outspent, yet she won. That is who the residents of Precinct 2 voted for to represent us. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Ms. Marroquin here? All right, next we have Stella Fair. Ms. Fair, we have Michael Korn.
Good morning. My name is Stella Fair, and I am a long-time Tarrant County resident and voter who is here to convey my strong opposition to this proposed legal services agreement. Over the past 20 years, I have watched in dismay as my voting rights and those of my neighbors have been eliminated due to the outrageous practice of partisan redistricting and gerrymandering. As a result, my voice in the decision made by those who are supposed to represent me has been diminished. They don't even listen to me, and why should they, since they did not need my vote to get elected? Phone calls are not returned. Emails go unanswered because there is no feeling of accountability to their constituents. At least for now, I can take comfort that I do have some representation at the city and county levels of government. However, if you approve this proposal, that will no longer be the case. What happened to the concept of free and fair elections?
Thank you. No, Mr. Korn or Mrs. Korn. All right, next is Tamara Lehman. Next is Denise Allen. Following Miss Allen, we have Donna Collins.
My name is Denise. I live in Keller. I typically vote Republican. I voted for you, Judge O'Hare. I voted for you, Matt Krause.
Thank you.
Due to the chaos in Keller ISD, the new voter base is alive and well, is now watching this court more than ever. So that's what brings me to today. Based on the 2021 information received from Birkenstaff firm, there was only a 2% deviation and not enough of a variance to require redistricting, because a redistricting would be required under a 10% deviation, which wasn't found. That's the most current information we have. What is the motive to redistrict now? I went back several decades. I have not found a reason to redistrict outside of the census. America was built on the melting pot. We don't have to all align on one person's thoughts. In fact, I believe that we're better with diversity of thoughts. You're trying to silence Ms. Commissioner Simmons and her precinct. Let me close by saying the person you called the most classless person on this court came to Keller ISD, spent time listening to the citizens.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Following Ms. Collins, we have Julie Griffin.
Thank you. My name is Donna Collins. I live here in Fort Worth. I appreciate the freedom to speak to you about this today. I am in support of this proposal that we contract with Public Interest Legal Foundation to complete an analysis of the county's for their district alignment. From what I understand, this is only an analysis. It doesn't mean that anything's going to be realigned. There's a lot of alarms for nothing. This is long overdue. It has been almost 15 years since the boundaries were established, and we all know that the population of Tarrant County has grown very significantly. There's been many new residents move here in the last 4 years. Any potential redistricting would be subject to another court approval. There's been much media and social media talk about Republicans trying to gerrymander the lines. The current map is a perfect example of gerrymandering. If that's not gerrymandering, I don't know what is. District 1 loops all around Tarrant County. May God be with each of you as you consider whether to approve this analysis.
Following Ms. Griffin, we have Jolynn Potenza.
Hello. For those with eyes to see, our county is diverse in color, culture, religion, national origin, age, income level, walks of life. This is who we are. This partisan firm would create maps that dilute the Black and Hispanic vote and jettison our democratically elected commissioners, Commissioner Simmons and Commissioner Miles. This is not a conservative action, but a radical extremist one. This firm you wish the whole county to hire is a far-right entity that filed an amicus brief to eradicate 14th Amendment's birthright citizenship, targeting individuals based on their parents' race and national origin. Their product would be a racial gerrymandering to acquire one-party rule that ideologically despises our organic diversity as a community. This is a radical effort to reestablish the principle that some people are better than others and have the sole right to rule. In an un-American position we defeated
Your time is up.
in 1865.
Following Ms. Potenza, we have James Ashby.
Good afternoon, Judge O'Hare and Commissioners. My name is Jolynn Potenza. I'm a taxpayer and a resident of Tarrant County for over 20 years. Today, I stand in support of the proposed agreement between Tarrant County and the Public Interest Legal Foundation to consult redrawing our boundary lines. We have grown over almost 500,000 since the last time our county the boundary drawing lines were drawn. So it's time to revisit that. Drawing a line on a map has nothing to do with your skin color, so we can let that go. This is about drawing boundaries. It doesn't make anyone a racist, and it doesn't make anyone a bigot. It means drawing lines on a map as they should be done equally among each precinct. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Mr. Ashby here? All right, so is Roseanne Clark in the room? Ms. Clark? Okay. Next, we have Ebony Turner. Following Ms. Turner, we have Selena Vasquez.
Unethical, unnecessary, untimely, unjust, and unjustified. These are just a few adjectives to describe what is being proposed here today. The real descriptor is racial gerrymandering. There is no legal or even political justification for redistricting commissioner precincts in the middle of a decade. The current map was reviewed and approved after the 2020 census. So what has happened that would suddenly call for a change? Could it be that more black and brown folks have moved into a precinct that was once gerrymandered for Republican and they have now been consistently voting Democrat since 2018? Or is it that the current commissioner representing that precinct is an outspoken and unapologetic advocate, not only for those whom she represents within her precinct, but for all of the citizens of Tarrant County? That she has gone into places where others wouldn't go and has made allies with unlikely officials on the other side of the aisle? As a resident of Precinct 2, who is extremely proud of my current representation in Commissioner Simmons, I am vehemently opposed to wasting my taxpayer dollars so you can ultimately try to take my vote away. In 2026, remember that no matter what happens here today, they cannot redistrict or gerrymander your individual vote away.
Following Ms. Vasquez, we have Jessica Grady.
Good afternoon, County Judge, Commissioners. My name is Selena Vasquez. It's my first time here, and I'm here as a resident of my city, Arlington, as a parent, as a band mom, and as a concerned community member about the things that have been occurring here. I took today off from my job to make sure that I was in attendance to voice my opposition to the potential legal services agreement of PILF. TILF is a conservative organization that has a history of disenfranchising minority voters. I am proudly raising a bilingual, bicultural child, my son, Diego, at Martin High School, where he's a junior. And we band moms, we're getting very upset at some of the stuff that's happening here. We don't understand why more information has not been provided, why we need a mid-decade redistricting, why this is necessary, and I stand in opposition. Thank you for your time.
Miss Grady here? Miss Jessica Grady. Okay. How about Jessica Mang? How about Edward Mang? Catherine Lynch. Charles Wiedemeyer. Okay, Miss Lynch. Following Miss Lynch, we have Charles Wiedemeyer.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Lynch. I'm a resident of Arlington. I'm here today to express my concern about the $30,000 contract with Public Interest Legal Foundation to redistrict county commissioner districts for the upcoming 2026 primary and general elections. The reason for my concern is because it would break minority voting coalitions across Precinct 2. It would also strip the economic viability of Precinct 1 while also breaking coalitions. Also, there's no legitimate reason to do this. The 2020 census and the 2021
process.
Yes, prove that we don't need to do this. I'm also concerned about a $30,000 contract with this particular firm.
Thank you.
Okay.
Following Mr. Wiedemeyer, we have Joseph Anderson.
Judge O'Hare, fellow commissioners, I want to commend you. You sure know how to draw a crowd, but I'm here to support the pursuit of redistricting Tarrant County. I think it's time to do that. And that was made more important when I looked at my precinct map. I live in Precinct 1, and this thing meanders all over the county. It starts down in the southwest corner and ends up over in Dallas County. I think we can do a better job. I support redistricting. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Joseph Anderson here? All right. Next, I would have David Callahan. Next would be Chris Dobson. Next would be Richard Gonzalez.
Chris Dobson, I reside in Arlington, and I have not been prouder of a county commissioner than Ms. Simmons. She has had town halls where people in the community can come and speak and address our elected officials, including the sheriff, about issues they have in our community. I don't see that plainly from anybody else. I've seen, Mr. O'Hare, that you had an event in Mansfield with Kezia Farr and Julie Short. I think they're elected officials down there. But this seems to go against the entire process of integrity in our elections, not unlike Ms. Farr's inclusion of an ineligible candidate in the Mansfield School Board, not unlike a number of other issues we've seen. This seems to be a partisan effort, and
thank you.
Let's discuss it.
Is Mr. Gonzalez present? Richard Gonzalez. Following Mr. Gonzalez is Pamela Young.
Good afternoon, County Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Richard Gonzalez. I've been a resident of Tarrant County over 50 years. I've heard claims about the distribution of our county. I looked at the 2023 census, and currently whites are in the minority in the county, and they will continue to be in the minority for the foreseeable future. The reason is because Latinos and blacks tend to have have a more fruitful existence in our county and in this country. So this country will become increasingly browner. And therefore, our representation should reflect that as well. People say, well, we shouldn't talk about race. Historically, Tarrant County in this country has discriminated based on color. We cannot forget that. To think that all of a sudden we have become enlightened and will not discriminate is a myth, it's a fairy tale. PILF would be a bitter pill to swallow. They have a history of discriminating, filing bogus lawsuits, and then having to withdraw those lawsuits.
Thank you. Following Ms. Young, we have Edward Spears.
This is a very partisan agenda item, and Manny Ramirez made that very clear in the statement that he released earlier. And it's also, we see you, we have an election in 2026 when you are going to be on the ballot, Tim O'Hare, and so will Commissioner Simmons. So we understand why you're doing this, why the timing is off. It's not right. Everybody can see that. And you can't twist it any other way. I'm going to read a scripture because that seems to be what y'all like to do and understand. King James Version, Proverbs 11:1, a false balance is an abomination to the Lord, but a just weight is his delight. Get right or get left.
Yes. Following Mr. Spears, we have T.K. Campbell.
Okay. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity. I come speaking to you not as a Republican or a Democrat, but as a Tarrant County resident that is very independent in thought and representing the Pentecostal Ministers Union in Tarrant County. I'm very concerned about what I'm seeing, and I want to speak to you as a Christian. One of the things I want to be very clear about, there's a big difference between sin and wickedness. Sin is when we break the law. Wickedness is when we do what we know is wrong, but we can. Please make sure you may have legal right to do certain things, but is it right? Is it Christ-like? Is it representing the Christian values you say that you hold? I want to make sure that as we're looking at this, we're looking at this from the perspective of who we say we are and who Christ calls us to be. You started this with prayer, asking that God lead us and do those things that allow us to honor him. Are we honoring him by doing this? From a civic lens, why are we being transparent? Christ does not do anything in the dark. It's all in the light. So if you want to do this, and if this is important, show us the numbers and make it public.
Is Ms. Campbell here? Following Ms. Campbell is John Raymond. Is Mr. Raymond here? Next we have Patrice Jones. Following Ms. Jones, we have Amy Super.
Good morning. I'm going to start with some context and go over the historical parallel between redlining and gerrymandering. Redlining was a systemic practice in the early to mid 20th century where financial institutions denied home loans and investments to Black and Latino communities, reinforcing segregation and economic disparities. Gerrymandering operates similarly today, manipulating district boundaries to dilute the political power of marginalized communities, ensuring their voices are underrepresented in government decisions. When these things happen, it leads to lack of representation. Gerrymandering is a deliberate strategy to split or pack communities in ways that make it nearly impossible for them to elect representatives who advocate for their best interests. When districts are manipulated to favor one party or racial group, it ensures that policies, budgets, and resources are allocated based on political control rather than community needs. Back during 2020 in the uprising of George Floyd, we fought. And
thank you.
Man, that was quick.
Following Ms. Super, we have Darren Turner.
I'm John Raymond. Good morning. I know that nothing I say up here is going to make your decision one way or another today, so I just want to be the first one to say that, you know, no matter how many times everybody says it, this is a great republic, not a democracy. That's what I want to say, and I am for this proposal.
Thank you. Following Ms. Super, we have Darren Turner.
Good afternoon.
Not sure who paid for the last report, but you guys might want to consider getting your money back. With a population that has increased over 400,000 people, I should think that we didn't all get redistributed into 4 different sections of Tarrant County in equal proportion. So I question that report. I'd also like to show you a map if you're interested in seeing why I'm confused about why you wouldn't want to readdress this. See the red mark here? That's where my precinct is. I'm in precinct 4.
We're actually looking at your face at the moment.
Surrounded by precinct, surrounded by precinct 1. To the west, to the north, to the south. Make it make sense. As to concerns about the VRA, I suggest that Commissioner Simmons review the SCOTUS 2020-21 ruling and 2019 ruling, Rucha versus Common Cause, Bronovich versus the DNC. It might allay some of your concerns about legal implications of doing this. You're not voting to redistrict, you're voting for a study.
Thank you. Following Mr. Turner, we have Rick Scharfenberg. Is Mr. Turner present? Mr. Scharfenberg.
Yes, thank you, Judge O'Hare and commissioners. I am in favor of the proposed agreement for the Public Interest Legal Fund Foundation for the consulting to adopt a new district map. It's been a long time since Tarrant County is very dynamic. We need to have still control of the equity of each individual commissioner. There's lots of things that go into redistricting, and it's complicated. We have to comply to laws, of course, but one of the things that is important is compactness. You know, being able to look at the map, and if you see like peninsulas and things like that, it doesn't conform to a compact, logical way of looking.
Thank you. Now we have Becky DeLon. Following Ms. DeLon, we have Linda Hanratty.
I believe in social justice. I believe in advocating for those who are marginalized in society, in giving voice to those who are being silenced, and speaking out for those who face discrimination and injustice. It comes from my faith and what I consider to be one of the main tenets of the teachings of Jesus Christ. Today, I'm advocating for the oppressed who have been marginalized and who have lost their voice almost overnight. Some have suffered great injustices. Altering our electoral district borders that clearly diminish the voice of blacks, Hispanics, and Asians is a political maneuver that our county does not need or want. If blacks, Hispanics, and Asians are citizens of Tarrant County, when one of us suffers, all of us suffers.
Thank you. Following Ms. Hanratty, we have Lonnie Bravo.
My name is Linda Hanratty, and I live in Precinct 4. Please vote no on the contract to hire Public Interest Legal Foundation to provide redistricting advice. The previous Republican Commissioners Court approved the current districts after the 2020 election. Yes. Census. And if they're gerrymandered, they did it. Hiring PIRL, a hyper-partisan legal organization that supports Republican Party efforts to suppress voting, would allow the Commissioners Court to choose their voters instead of voters choosing them. Please don't support this unwarranted power grab that will not serve the interests of the community or, in the long run, the Republican Party. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Lonnie Bravo present? All right, next we have Heather Chappell. Next we have Kenneth Ross. Next we have Karen Horgan. Following Ms. Horgan, we have Jimmy Blackwell.
Hello, my name is Karen Horgan. I am against this proposal to change precinct boundaries. I believe this action is costly, unnecessary, and politically motivated. This is an attempt to handpick voters, manipulate district boundaries, and undermine fair representation. The timing of this mid-decade change makes its intent very clear: to manipulate voter representation for political gain. This action is not about fair governance. It is meant to undermine and weaken minority voting strength in Tarrant County. I ask this court to oppose this proposal, which amounts to voter suppression and racial discrimination. Thank you.
Following Mr. Blackwell, we have Warren Horgan.
I rise in strong opposition to the redrawing of precinct boundaries. You can't redraw boundaries simply because it's no longer advantageous to your power grab. It appears to me that this move is to remove opposition voices, especially strong Africans of the diaspora women. Judge O'Hara, over many meetings we have witnessed your utter disrespect for Commissioner Simmons. This is the first step to disenfranchise minority constituents. This boils down to a racist move, a move of disrespect for those who are voiceless. These boundaries were all good when I was Republican, but now that the demographic has changed, we need to crack and hack Precinct 2. Let's return to the gold
Thank you, sir.
days.
Your time is up.
Let's make Precinct 2 white
Thank you,
again.
sir. Your time is up. Mr. Horgan. Following Mr. Horgan is Deborah Spell.
My name is Warren Horgan. I'm here to speak against the redistricting proposal to change the precinct boundaries of Precinct 1 and 2. This act of voting rights vandalism is an illegal power grab to destroy minority voting strength in Tarrant County. The mid-decade redistribution is unconstitutional and violates the Voting Rights Act of 1965. It also places an awful burden on the taxpayers. The people of Tarrant County deserve the representation, not backroom political maneuvers designed to strip them of their voice. I hope the commissioners will vote to defend fair elections and not submit to blatant act of intentional racial discrimination. Thank you.
Is Ms. Spell here? Are you Ms. Spell? Yes. Okay. Following Ms. Spell, we have Jandel Crutchfield. Good morning.
I am speaking on behalf of House District 101, State Representative Chris Turner. The legislature is in session in Austin, otherwise I would be present. Tarrant County Commissioner Precincts 1 and 2 are majority-minority districts where minority voters have repeatedly demonstrated the ability to elect the candidates of their choice. This is an unconstitutional and a violation of the Voting Rights Act of 1965 and would expose Tarrant County taxpayers to costly litigation, a less productive use of our tax dollars. Since you don't like the decisions made by the voters, Republican candidates should campaign harder and do a better job of appealing to minority voters rather than trying to silence their voices through racially discriminatory redistricting. I can unequivocally say that our community strongly supports the leaderships of Commissioner Alisa Simmons as we did Commissioner Devin Allen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Following Ms. Crutchfield, we have Nicholas Terziak. That's my best guess there.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Jandel Crutchfield from Mansfield. So today we know barriers exist to getting access to our sacred right to vote, but please don't you all go and be one of those barriers. The process to redistrict should be pure. If you want to keep that process pure, you can first start by identifying a legal firm to handle redistricting that doesn't have a history of outright lying about voters like PILF does. The timing of these changes, or proposed changes, is concerning, given that we have seats up for re-election in 2026, and this effort was just completed in 2021. And so I'm talking to you as an elected official myself. I serve with folks I don't always agree with, and I understand how tempting it may be to try to secure a win by redrawing districts in a way that benefits one party over another, but that's not what we're elected to do. Our job as elected leaders is not to choose our voters, it is to earn their trust. And so lastly, I'll give 5 seconds to thanking you, Commissioner Simmons, for your service. Keep shining the light of truth on the wrongs you see.
Thank you, Madam Trustee.
Following Mr. Terziak, we have Janet Mattern.
Good afternoon, members of the court. My name is Nicholas Trajak. I'm a resident of Precinct 3 in the city of Fort Worth. I come before the court today to express my disapproval of this item and urge the court to vote against it. As I stated, I am a resident of Fort Worth, but I'm also a resident of Keller ISD. When our district faced a similar threat of reshaping, one of the only elected officials in our county that stood with us in our fight for our district was Commissioner Simmons. She stood in one of our meetings for 5 hours just to make her 1-minute public comment and offer her support in our right to a vote. I stand here echoing those same demands here today. The people of the second deserve that same right in 2026 as they did in 2023. Commissioner Simmons, I want to take this opportunity to thank you for your leadership and your courage you displayed in standing up for the people of this county and the people of Keller ISD when our commissioner would not and effectively endorse their plan to split our district by resolution. And with that, I urge the court to vote against this item. It is in the best interest of the people of Tanner County. Thank you.
Following Ms. Mattern, we have Rebecca Maples.
Hello, my name is Janet Mattern with the League of Women Voters of Tarrant County. We oppose the legal agreement between Tarrant County and PILF. They do not perform redistricting assessments. They litigate. Has the court approved the need to redistrict? Why are you approving a legal agreement before you have approved the need to redistrict? This is a concern. The League supports full disclosure throughout the redistricting process, public hearings on the plan proposed, and compliance with open meeting laws. The precinct apportionment was assessed in 2021 to be balanced. Redistricting now is not warranted and is a waste of taxpayer dollars. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Ms. Maples here? All right, next we have Robert Vann. Following Mr. Vann, we have Sam Cook.
Why? Redistricting in Texas is normally done every 10 years. And why the choice of PILF, an extremely not conservative but reactionary organization, over the many fair, nonpartisan groups available? The most extreme elements of the Republican Party currently safely control the Tarrant County government. So why this move to lock down your authoritarian rule? I suggest it follows the pattern set with Elections Administrator Hyder Garcia upon Judge O'Hare's assuming office. Tarrant County has so many pressing needs for which this $30,000 of taxpayers' money could make a real difference. Just say no to this assault on the voters and send PILF packing.
Thank you.
Following Mr. Cook, we have Gina Woodley.
Well, Commissioners, I'm Sam Cook. I am a native born of Fort Worth, lifelong resident of Tarrant County. I support the proposal. If you look at the map for Precinct 1, it goes all the way from southwest Tarrant County to northeast Tarrant County. That doesn't really represent the geography of the residents in those areas. And I'm glad you guys are cleaning up the mess that Glenn Whitney has created, doing the mini dojo in Tarrant County. But probably as you dig to find more things that were not done properly, this is a step in the right future to balance out the geographical lines in Tarrant County. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Ms. Woodley? Following Ms. Woodley, we have Gabrielle Gordon.
Good afternoon, Court. Gina Woodley. I'm in favor of the proposed agreement with PIL for a consultation in adopting a new district map. And I did Google them, and I picked just one of many favorable sites, Charity Navigator, who gave an 86% rating on their accountability, trustworthiness, and finance. Drawing of the district should always be fair, not catering to any party of voters. No voters will be suppressed, and all will still have a voice. I worked on both of Andy Wynn's campaigns and saw firsthand how a district can be so highly conscried towards one party with no chance of the other party having their voices heard and represented. And this is not racist. People of all colors can move within all these districts, and you cannot put a price on being fair. A lot has changed within the last 4 years, and the cost will be more if we don't provide fair and balanced districts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Following Ms. Gordon. Is Ms. Gordon? Is this Ms. Gordon? Following Ms. Gordon, we have Maricela Aramino.
Hello, I'm Gabrielle Gordon. I'm a resident of Precinct 3. I've lived in Tarrant County, Precinct 3 for over 32 years. I am opposed to this measure. As I remind everyone in the audience from Basic Civics, is that reapportionment is every 10 years.
Yes.
Federal, state, and local.
Yes.
And there'll be times that you may be a Democrat, liberal, green, or libertarian, and you may not be happy with what happened, but you got to wait 10 years. So does everybody else.
Yes.
If not, we'd be mayhem in this country because we would be reapportioning, we'd be redistricting constantly. This court has been majority Republican for years, and it was voted by a Republican majority to accept this alignment. I'd like to appreciate Commissioner Simmons for coming to KISD to support us.
Thank you.
Following Ms. Aramino, we have Bishop Kirkland.
Buenas tardes. My name is Maricela Aramino. I am reading a statement on behalf of Representative Salman Bujani, who is busy in Austin right now. Attempting a mid-decade gerrymander is a blatant attempt to divide minority neighborhoods and silence the voices of already underrepresented Texans. Beyond this discriminatory intent, as the vice chairman of the House Doge Committee, I'm appalled at the wasteful spending of our constituents' money. Instead of trying to win elections by adopting popular policies, redistricting supporters want to give tens of thousands of dollars to taxpayer money to a partisan legal group from out of state to create a plan that will cost thousands more to defend in court. I proudly stand with the Tarrant County's minority voters, and I'll work to protect their voice any way I can. Thank you.
Following Bishop Kirkland, we have Carrington Sneed.
This is three-headed monster we have here. I am sick and tired of sitting in this room listening to good white folk talk about what ain't racist. You can sit on the sidelines, but until you play in the game, you don't have a clue about what racism really is. The thing that this is really about, what it's really about, take all the manure off. It's about that colored woman right there. It's about the fact that she will stand up to a white man openly and in public and will not allow him to talk to her like she is her 3-year-old child. That's why all of the redistricting, all of a sudden now, is to get rid of Commissioner Simmons. Don't play the game. This is not monopoly money. This is real money. You know why you're doing it, and you call yourself Christians, and you sit there with all your prayers and your piousness.
Thank you. Thank you. Following Miss, the lady right there in the back row, please remove her from the building, from this room. Miss Sneed or Carrington Sneed present. All right, following Mr. Sneed, we have Tara Maldonado Wilson.
Thank you, sis.
Thank you. Love you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Carrington Sneed, and I'm here on behalf of the Tarrant County Young Democrats.
First off, they call it redistricting, but let's call it what it really is, gerrymandering. And Tim O'Hare is doing everything in his power to draw the line so he can consolidate power because deep down, he's afraid. Afraid of black voters, afraid of democracy, afraid of a country that doesn't look like him and one he can't control. He's not just drawing maps, he's building walls around power because he knows if people had a fair shot, he'd be out of a job yesterday. And let's be honest, y'all, if Tim O'Hare could gerrymander the guest list, he'd do it. You can speak the truth in this room or breathe wrong and suddenly security. Say one thing and he calls out his incompetence and he'll throw you out of the room faster than he throws out the Constitution. And for anyone who says, well, we're a republic, not a democracy, I say a republic without democratic values is just a dictatorship with better branding. But we're not going anywhere because we believe in fair maps, fair votes, and fair shots for every Texan.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Following Ms. Maldonado Wilson, we have Charles Bills.
Buenos dias and good morning. Respectfully, I'm not here expecting this court to change its mind. I'm here because people are watching and asking new questions. In 2021, you attempted to disrupt District 2, scattering a multiracial coalition into districts designed to dilute their power. You redrew District 1, held by a black commissioner since 1984, pulling in white conservative suburbs. This is not a new practice. It just reinforces the truth. This system was never meant to represent us. And it's not just Tarrant County, the last major urban stronghold in Texas where Republicans control and suppress and where the state Democratic Party forgets. We've tried coalitions, we've even saved elections, and yet we've been handed surveillance, underfunded schools, underfundable housing, and empty promises. How long are we going to wait for the system to love us back? Before we were Democrats or Republicans, we were black, we were brown, we were indigenous, we were workers, and we still are. This system isn't broken, it works, just not for the actual majority. I'm here to say let's stop waiting. We don't need their tables, we've already started building our own. It's time we remove our labor, our culture, and trillions in economic contributions. Draw whatever lines you like. Your maps don't need to tell us anymore where you don't want us until you need us.
Thank you.
Next, we have Charles Bills.
One thing I've noticed is the people in favor of this proposal are mentioning the gerrymandering of District 1, and it is a gerrymander, a racial gerrymander to protect the other districts' majority rule. So that argument is pretty much, if they truly want to correct the problems of gerrymandering, then they'll correct it in a way so that, the Southwest gets one one commissioner and, goes like that. But also people in the election office, there's plenty of people that already are on Tarrant County payroll that can handle stuff like redistricting. So spending money on an outside firm is a waste of money.
All right, thank you. All right, that's all the speakers we have signed up. The item, consideration of possible action to approve legal services agreement between Tarrant County and the Public Interest Legal Foundation. There is a motion and a second from Commissioner Simmons, Commissioner Miles to reject this contract. Any further discussion?
Yes. So according to census.gov, Tarrant County has grown by 120,000. So not the 400,000 that somebody out there mentioned. Just wanted to put that out there. So again, we do not need 3 redistricting processes in 10 years. It's just a waste.
All right, any other discussion from the court members?
Judge.
Sir.
To me, this is simple. We haven't redistricted the commissioner precinct boundaries for 15 years. We may have looked at it in 21 and not wanted to take action, but this court was elected to take action. The reason why I really wanted to speak is that I've heard members of this body accused of being racist for wanting to explore population-balanced precinct lines. That's shameful. Just because you disagree with somebody on policy does not make them a racist. As the first and only Hispanic county commissioner ever elected to the dais, I struggle to find out how my vote is diluted by rebalancing population precinct lines. I mean, if somebody can explain that to me, please do. I'm in favor of studying this issue. and taking action where I believe it should have been taken in 2021.
Okay, but the court in 2021 didn't take action. That was the time, that was the appropriate time to take action. And so, like one of the speakers said, reapportionment is every 10 years. And I've talked about and asked if there is a statute that says we are required to redistrict. If a commissioner's court said, we're fine, the deviation was 1%, why would they make the decision to redistrict? And so we've grown 120,000 since then. That is not substantial. And so we will have a new census in 2030 and redistrict in 2031. Why would you do it 3 times? Can you explain that to me? Why would you do a full process in 2021, in 2025, and 2031?
I can't speak for the other court because I wasn't on it, but I can say that from 2021 to 2030, usually a redistricting process takes place, and then after that, census comes out and there's more reapportionment. In 2031, another redistricting takes place. So we're not redistricting 3 times. We'll have redistricted twice in both of those cycles. The court in 2021 decided not to do that. This court might decide to do that, and there's nothing that says you shouldn't do that, you can't do that, it's not advisable to do that. It usually takes place at the beginning of reapportionment, but nothing says it has to take place at that time.
Okay, so there would be 3 processes. There was a process that we paid for. We didn't redistrict, okay? So that's expenses, 3 expenses.
And had I been on the court at that time, I think I would have voted to say, let's go ahead and redistrict now with the growth in Tarrant County, with the reapportionment, and with the numbers. So I didn't get to make that decision for other court members, but with the information force, I think we can do that now.
There's no deviation.
So my last comment on this issue is, if it is the will of the court that redistricting takes place, my ask is that it would be transparent, that it would have community involvement, that community members would be able to participate in the map drawing process, and that there is a legitimate process that is in place, and that we understand it, and that we're given time to think through it and do it the right way, versus it being presented on a Friday and then we have to make a decision on it on a Tuesday. That doesn't really give us the opportunity to think through it and come up with the questions that need to be asked and be provided with the answers. And it doesn't give the community the opportunity to provide input and perspective. Anything that we do, we should do it with the residents in mind. It is our job to represent all of the residents of Tarrant County. Not the ones that agree with us only, but every resident, and to take their input and their voices and involve them in the process. And this process, the way it was presented, does not give them the ample time to be a participant in it. That's why I don't support it. I would support us opening it up and giving the community the opportunity to participate in the map drawing and whatever advising and consulting, and give us an opportunity to put a plan in place. And the last thing I'll say on this is this. If we will spend money for an RFP for sprinkler systems, the least we can do is put out an RFP for something that will impact everybody in this room and in the county whom we are called to represent. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the commissioners?
I do. I just want to say thank you for to all of you who came out, especially the sister who said she took off work to come down here to speak for 1 minute. That type of leadership tells you how disrespected you are. We were elected to serve you. We get paid. We make a nice salary. And we can't be inconvenienced to let you have your whopping 3 minutes? Give me a break. Thank each and every one of you for taking your time to drive down here, park, walk, wait to speak for 1 damn minute.
The rules of decorum were passed 4-0, which put that provision in there. You weren't present for that vote.
I was here.
Ultimately, that's in the rules. I'm enforcing the rules, and I intend to enforce the rules. Some of you don't think decorum matters. I happen to think it does and think that's the way we should run things. You don't? Fine, you can disagree with it. Ultimately, you have a motion on the floor with seconded. If this does not pass and another motion is made and it passes, what would then happen is this legal firm would go in, evaluate Tarrant County, evaluate our precincts, look at populations, and eventually come report to the court what they have found. They may or may not bring potential maps, and at that point, there would be a period. If there was a map or a series of maps or whatever it ends up being, there will be an opportunity for the public to weigh in before a vote is taken. The way I would do it, and I guess if I'm putting it on the agenda, this is how I would do it. I would do it where they come give a presentation to the court. Every court member has the opportunity to speak to this group, talk to them, share their concerns, share their issues. Every member of the court is free to have any public input that they want to have. You can have a town hall every night between now and the next time you see anybody come talk about this item. And we will obviously, before we could ever pass a map of any kind, people would have the opportunity to see the map. My way of doing it would be to have maps out there, or a map, whatever it is, that is presented, open, and then another 2 weeks or whatever it is goes by, 2.5, I guess, if you did it in May, where people have the opportunity to look at it, weigh in. There are many ways to reach elected officials other than sitting up here. There are emails. We read them all. There are a ton of ways to go make your voices heard. So I don't think, at this point, if we pass this, we're hiring a firm, and then a process will come out and things will come open. I get some of you don't want it to happen, fine, then you can vote that way. Any other comments or questions before we take a vote? Okay. We have a motion and a second to reject the legal services agreement. Please cast your votes. All right, so that motion fails 2-3.
So I would make a motion to approve the legal services agreement.
Second. All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the legal services agreement between Tarrant County and the Public Interest Legal Foundation. Any further discussion?
Yes. So how did you choose? So were you the one that chose the firm, or was it purchasing? Was it staff? Who chose the firm?
Staff did not choose the firm. These are people that I researched and found.
Okay. And so you didn't think it important to maybe ask all 5 of us if we had firms in mind that could competitively participate in a competitive process?
I probably handled it the exact same way you handle every single item you put on an agenda. You don't ever discuss with us if something should be on the agenda, and
you don't know that.
Well, I know you don't discuss it with me.
I discuss it with staff.
Yeah, so no, I did not discuss it. Obviously, with the 4 of you, you know I didn't.
I get the advice of staff. So also, so that contract said the $30,000 for the initial phase. How many phases do you anticipate?
I don't know, but I don't answer to you. So,
well, you put something on the agenda.
Vote the way you want.
I will, but you put something on the damn agenda, so you ought to be able to speak to it. If you didn't have staff research it for you, you ought to be able to speak to it. Almighty.
How many times have you put things on the agenda without running it through the staff? I mean,
I don't do that.
you've done it so many times.
Okay.
Goodness gracious.
So what
I'm
is
not gonna
happening?
answer
What's
any of
happening
your
after
questions.
the initial? What's happening after the initial phase?
What is the initial phase?
It's in your contract.
I just told you. Well, if you've read the
I
contract, you know
have.
what happens. Why are you asking me?
What happens after the initial phase? This contract says it's for the initial phase.
I think I just went through that whole thing sitting here.
Okay, what? Nobody got it.
But I'm
And then how much?
respectfully, I'm not going to
How
answer
much
your
is
questions.
the second phase?
Judge O'Hare?
Respectfully, I'm not going to answer your questions or be cross-examined by you.
Judge O'Hare?
You're
may
the
I be
only one
recognized?
that's not.
Sure.
May I be recognized?
People in this room.
Judge O'Hare, may I be recognized?
You will be removed if you speak out again.
May I be recognized?
Certainly.
I call the question.
Okay. Call the question. According to Robert's Rules of Order, it's a vote. Is it a vote on the question, or is it a vote on calling the question? I don't know the answer. I think it's a vote on the issue before us, I
I
believe.
believe that's correct. It's essentially a motion to, or a request to end debate on the topic.
But it doesn't require a second.
I can check real quickly here.
No, you just vote. Why is he here? You just vote once the question has been called.
Out of an abundance of caution, Judge, what you may do is just go ahead and take a second on that if possible, and vote on to call the question, and then vote on the question that has received a motion in a second. But I will confirm that. I don't want the court to wait, or alternatively, if you'd like to take a brief recess. So,
I mean, I want to follow the proper procedure, so we can take a 5-minute recess while you try to figure it out. Okay.
Can do, Judge.
All right. We're now in recess until 12:54.
step at a time.
Okay, we're back from our recess. Currently pending before us is a call the question, I guess, motion, which does not require a second. It does require a second.
It does, and it requires a 2/3 vote.
Yeah, I know
unless
that
the body decides to end debate.
Yeah.
And so if the body would like to move forward.
It requires a second, that's the
Yes,
thing.
correct.
All right, so we have a motion, or we have a call of the question, which serves as a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the call of the question. There is no discussion on that, correct?
It's not debatable.
You just vote. All right, so all in favor of calling, well, no, you vote. So calling the question, ending debate, cast your vote now. Everybody in? All right, so debate does not end, so debate continues. We still have the original motion on the floor and a second, or I guess it's not the original, the second motion on this item, and a second on the floor. Further discussion? Any further discussion?
Yes. Do you have any indication when you might be able to share more information about this firm?
What more is there to share about the firm? I mean, y'all have all researched it and looked it up. I'm not aware of anything hidden about it.
About the contract, about the process,
Well, I mean, it hasn't passed yet. I have no idea what walking into the day, I guess after some yesterday's social media, I kind of had a good idea, I suppose. But I don't know what's going to happen. So once, like every other contract, once we enter into it, then I would assume staff will then get with the firm, talk to them. They will set up a process. I laid out the basic framework of how I would do it just a minute ago. I believe what would happen if this passes is that we will sign a contract. They will now be retained as lawyers, advisors, and then they're going to go make recommendations, go look at stuff, go evaluate things, and come back and give a report to the court. And from there, the court can take action, cannot take action. If they do it where they bring maps when they come do the presentation, then I think what I said just a minute ago, if it wasn't clear, I'll make it even more clear, is I would have it where there are maps sitting there, or a map, whatever it is, I don't know what it's going to be, whatever it is sitting there, and everybody has a chance to see it, look at it, and then before we would vote on any map, it would be the next court meeting.
Okay.
Is how I would envision it happening.
Do you anticipate elections or purchasing or the administrator's office overseeing this process?
Well, I would not anticipate elections. Overseeing the process, we set the policies. What was the other question? Purchasing?
Yeah, purchasing.
I don't know what purchasing would have to do at this point.
So with regard to the contract and execution of the contract, just like with anything else, these departments do the work, they inform us. Which department is going to be engaged with the firm to make sure the work is getting done according to the agreement?
Well, I would assume the county administrator's office would have dealings. I would also assume the district attorney's office would have dealings.
But not elections.
I don't know why Clint or Troy would have anything to do with this. No.
It's redistricting and drawing maps.
That's not a It's not something that Elections Administration handles. They handle counting votes and putting out ballots and finding locations.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. Any other questions or comments from the court members? All right. We have a motion and a second to approve the legal services agreement between Tarrant County and the Public Interest Legal Foundation. Please cast your vote. Everybody in? All right, it passes 3-2. All right. The next item that we have is a briefing item. No, it's appointments to various boards and commissions. Do we have any board or commission appointments?
Judge, I have three. I have three members to appoint to the Historical Commission. I'd make a motion to appoint Christopher Morris, Clarissa Epps, and Larry O'Neill to the Tarrant County Historical Commission.
All right, I'll second that. We have a motion and a second to appoint those three members to the Historical Commission. Any discussion? All right, please cast your votes there. You against this? All right, passes 5-0. I have one appointment to make to the Historical Commission. I would make a motion to appoint Steve Atwell to the Historical Commission.
Second.
Now we have a motion, a second on that item. Any discussion? All right, please cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Any other board or commission appointments? All right, seeing none, we now move to the first of two briefing items. Briefing item number 1 is Federal Funding Suspension Response Plan.
And now, good afternoon, court members.
Good afternoon.
So, with the flurry of activity at the federal level, you have had a very engaged staff to respond to any proposed federal funding suspension that has been out there. So the HR department, the budget department, audit, and any related appointing authorities, in addition to our office, has been very engaged in trying to take what has been happening, apply county policies to those incidents, and then obviously respond accordingly. So I think, yep, clicker, here we go. Let's see if this works. Okay, so in addition to a flurry of activities in DC in response to that, there's been a flurry of legal activity as well. One case filing that took place actually as soon as yesterday. So, and there's, to my knowledge, as of this morning, Mark, I don't know if there's been any update on that TRO, but have you seen anything? Okay. So anyway, there's been a myriad of activity with regards to legal. The DA's office certainly deserves credit for trying to track all that for us, just so we can make sure that as those cases go out, we can apply all those legal cases to whatever may be going on here. In addition to the legal staff, our legislative staff, both here at home and in DC, has also been tracking this as well. They're making sure that we're informed on anything that's going on at the congressional level with regards to budget. As y'all may be aware, the Congress recently passed a continuing resolution which funds the federal government through September 30th. So we're certainly diving into that continuing resolution just to understand what may be coming our way from a funding standpoint is there as well. Certainly the federal law authorizes multi-year grants, which a lot of the grants that we do have are multi-year grants with the federal government, but as I said earlier, the Congress must actually appropriate that money typically on an annual basis to ensure that the funding continues. And certainly in fiscal 26, we'll keep an eye on that, but there is certainly no guarantee that any of that previously authorized multi-year grant funding may continue to be available to either to the states or to Tarrant County. So this is probably my favorite / most important slide in this presentation. I think this graphic gives a really good understanding of just how federal funding works. If you start kind of in the upper left-hand corner, you basically see Congress. Congress appropriates funding at the federal level, and then it has several paths that it can actually take. It can go directly to constituents. it can come directly to a county, or it could be passed through to the state, and then the state actually passes it on to us. So there's a myriad of different ways that funding can actually get to us and ultimately serve the citizens. But the big piece here to show is really us being in the middle is we're kind of the administrator or the pass-through, right? So we apply for the grants, we either receive or don't receive the fund or award of the funding, and then we actually implement the funding based on whatever we had in our grant application. So getting a little bit more specific now down to Tarrant County, the staff has worked, I will say tirelessly over the last few weeks to really identify each and every grant that has some kind of a federal component or federal attachment to it. So what staff has found is there's actually 70 grant programs that we have throughout Tarrant County. And I'll show a graph here in a minute of kind of a breakdown of where a lot of those grants actually come from and where they go to. I talked about our ledge staff a little bit, so what we asked them to do is kind of come up with some criteria on their own to kind of assess high, medium, or low risk. That's based on what we've seen in court activity, just kind of what our internal information is saying from some of our consultants in DC, as well as kind of what we've seen in the media that may be upcoming or has already happened. On top of that, just the court should know that there are 350 full-time equivalents in the 70 grants that are actually attached to the staff. So a lot of the grants that we get, not all of them, but a lot of them actually do have staffing attached to it. That's part of the grant application that goes up that says, in order to obtain these performance measures, whatever we're doing, we need this staff. It could also be supplies, it could be infrastructure, there could be a myriad of things, again, that actually are in the grant that we use to actually obtain whatever the outcome of the grant is. As of April 1st, this is an important point here. 8.4 million is currently out there in unreimbursed grants, according to auditor. So as of yesterday, 8.4 million. What does that mean? Most federal grants, not all, but most federal grants are based on a reimbursement basis. So we get what's called a notice of award. That comes back to court basically, so the court's aware of it and is approved of whatever the amount is. We go out and actually incur the expense locally to perform it. Then we send all of that information back to the federal government saying, here's everything we've done per the grant. Now we draw down those funds to reimburse ourselves for the expenses that we've incurred in order to perform towards the grant. So as of right now, just a snapshot in time, this literally changes every single day. As of right now, there's about 8.4 million outstanding in unreimbursed grant expenses. Okay, so to give everybody an idea, just a breakdown of kind of where those grants go, that's kind of what this slide shows you. So obviously the Sheriff's Office has grants, Public Health has the lion's share of the grant, Community Development has grants, the District Attorney has grants, Emergency Management has grants through UOSI and things like that. So there's a ton of grants out there, again, adding up to that 70, at least in the county, that we've applied for. Now, as a reminder, all of those grant applications come to the Commissioner's Court for your approval. We ask for your approval first before we actually go and apply for the grants. Once that approval is given, we go and make the application, and when the award comes back, we come back and tell the court, congratulations, we got the award. Now we're about to start implementing whatever the grant has. So far, we have been officially made aware of 4 grants that have been affected in Tarrant County out of the 70. So those grants, when the original award was made, totaled about almost $67 million in grants. Now, again, some of those are multi-year grants, so we've drawn down those expenses over time, and the current balance of those 4 grants that's out there that was paused is about $15.3 million, 15.4 rounding up. So a lot of times when things like this happen where we pause grants or grants end, we always have what are called closeout costs. So there are finalized reporting information, things like that, that we actually need to report back to the federal government as part of the closure. Another part of that is as employees are furloughed from grants because the grant funding is no longer available because it's the end of the grant. There's also closeout costs, so terminal benefits and things like that are paid as well. Typically, we can charge those back to the grant as well as part of the closeout process. Total employees impacted for the 4 grants that we have been made aware of the suspension of fundings is 63. So there's 63 employees on the ones we know of right now out of the 350 that were affected by these 4 grants being officially suspended. So So I talked a little bit about the response plan that staff came up with, and as staff was trying to make sense of everything that was going on here and looking through all the information, we really came up with 3 areas that we felt were kind of the driving focus of as we were applying the court's policies and procedures to things that we were really trying to make sure that we were looking at. So that includes the financial liability to the county, the employees of Tarrant County that were funded by these grants, as well as constituent services. And what I mean by that is any individuals or in the community that were served by these grants, making sure we understood that obviously they were a part of the impact as well. So breaking into these 3 a little bit, we'll start with financial liability to the county. So as some of these grants have been paused, what budget, HR2, and audit have been doing is pausing a lot of the purchase orders. So if there was authorization out there to spend money on these grants, after we received that notice that those grants have been paused, one thing they were doing is pausing those grants just to make sure that no additional expenses could be incurred. Our staff has worked with the departments I've mentioned to do everything we can to be as efficient with the dollars as we have for providing those services. So that's kind of what the second bullet point is about, is federal funding was paused in a sense, or something has shifted. We gather as a group, we talk about how we can lift and shift, if you will, to ensure that we are actually providing the services we can to individuals based on the resources that we have available to us. And then finally, staff, we look obviously at funding sources that we could potentially discuss with the court with regards to some of these programs, and based on the funding that we have available, we have not been able to identify rolling or sustainable funds that are available in order to sustain any of these current programs. Moving over to the employees of Tarrant County, we have 3 departments right now that have or had open positions that were related to these federal funds. Those were Public Health, the Sheriff's Department, and the HIV Administrative Agency. So talking with those appointing authorities, we've put a hiring freeze in place just because of the fact of the uncertainty of what may happen with other grants. We did not want to incur costs and that we would not be able to reimburse ourselves. So again, I talked about the $8 million, I think it was, unreimbursed grants. We're watching out for that, because if for any reason some of the rest of those grants get paused, Tarrant County is going to be on the hook to actually expend out the remaining cost there. Obviously, per our civil service guidelines, any employees that are attached to those grants have been furloughed, again, to stop the expense from incurring. Our HR department, I believe, has done a great job at making sure that all of those employees know what's available to them, what benefits are owed to them. We're trying to make sure that if there are other opportunities within the county, of which they may be the best qualified applicant, we're trying to make sure they're aware of those opportunities if they're out there. And then also in civil service, there's a reinstatement clause. So if funding is restored, or if other funding becomes available, we do have the ability to actually reinstate those jobs for those employees to continue whatever programmatic funding that they may have been aligned with. Finally, talking about constituent services, certainly we talk to our subrecipients. So if you remember that graph I showed you at the beginning, some of the money we don't actually give directly to citizens. We actually have third-party organizations such as 501c3 nonprofits that actually help us also carry out a lot of these things. So again, if they're affected, it's just kind of running down the hill. So we make sure they know as soon as we know with regards to timely notification of any kind of suspensive funding, because we want to make sure that they don't incur any costs either that they would potentially be left on the hook for. And then certainly we're trying to reach out. Dr. Bird has actually been great working with his staff, since his has really been the most affected so far, to see what other services are out there that could actually be used for this. So as an example, the refugee clinic, one of the primary focuses that they did outside of physicals was they looked at a lot of immunizations and things like that. Well, we have other grants that haven't been paused that have the ability to give immunizations and stuff like that. So the staff's really tried to drill down into, if there's someone else that's providing a similar service to whatever this grant was applying, we're trying to help steer those constituents in those directions so they can still be able to receive those services as needed. And that's really kind of the high level of what's going on. I want to make sure that we answer any and all questions the court may have. If I can't answer them myself from a high level, I have much smarter people in here that have been much lower in this, such as budget, audit, and HR. So, and Dr. Bird, if you have specific questions with regard to the 4 grants that were suspended, because those were all public health, he's ready to come up here and discuss any questions you may have with him as well.
Yeah.
All right, any questions for the staff?
I just have a comment. I want to thank you guys for your incredible work here. I mean, this has been an inordinate amount of information to digest, to figure out, to understand all the moving parts with it. So to your office, everybody who's been a part of this, I just want to say thank you. You couldn't have seen it coming. I know this is an unexpected thing, and I think y'all have done an exceptional job at figuring out where the state of everything is. So thank you guys. Y'all done awesome.
I echo that comment. I told Dr. Bird this earlier. You know, I appreciate the human element of this, whether employees hired on as temporary and they knew it was grant funded, or whether they expected to be here long term and they're seeking other opportunities in the county. It is personal at that point for a lot of our employees. Roxy, I appreciate your work. And again, Dr. Bird, I appreciate you and your staff. I know that it's not easy having to get rid of some of these programs, but y'all are doing a good job, and I think that our entire public health department, which is bearing the brunt of this, the entire public health department is doing a good job in response.
Thank you.
I also echo my colleagues' sentiments. When we met and you presented this information to me, we were both deeply concerned of how we would be able to take care of those employees who would be losing their jobs and their benefits. And you and Roxy and the team have been very thoughtful in how we can make a smooth transition for them to help them land in a good place. And I'm excited about the things that we have been in discussion about regarding industry partners coming alongside who have vacancies that mirror some of the job descriptions that employees with the county who are under these grants have. And they have committed to me their willingness to provide opportunities for those employees who have the skill set that they need to fill those vacancies with. Because it's important. These people have dedicated their life and their time to working for the county and supporting public health in the other departments that have been impacted. And they're already a trained and skilled workforce. So it just makes sense to be able to reach out to industry partners who are doing that particular work and say, hey, you don't have to train these folks. They're ready to hit the ground running, and they will be a great asset and resource to your company or your organization. So I look forward to further discussion about that, working with you and Roxy to identify additional industry partners that we can provide options and opportunities to these Tarrant County family members who are displaced by no cause of their own.
So I have a couple things.
Yes, ma'am.
What is our plan to proactively get funds out the door, as we know that there were talks back in January about these cuts and that federal funding would be paused, meaning we don't need to keep or hold on to the federal funds we have. What's our plan to spend what we have? Get it out the door.
Sure. So a couple things there. I would say that certainly when we actually apply for the grant, we give, performance metrics and what we're going to do with the grant. And I think all of that's in process right now. Because of the uncertainty of which grants could be potentially paused and which ones could not, staff did their best really to identify, again, low, medium, high risk based on just our own metrics of what we think might be affected. And I believe especially Dr. Bird, being the highest hit department, is certainly working to proactively fulfill those grants.
Okay. Next question. I have called Helen or emailed, spoken with you all about this. I have a recollection in my notes that about January, February of last year, Public Health had very healthy fund balance, 78, 80 million. And so I'm trying to get that exact number.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'd like to know what
Yes, ma'am. I think Helen actually does have some detail on that now that was hot off the press this morning, trying to get those answers. So if I may, I'll invite Helen up here to kind of talk through that.
Okay.
Or Kim, whoever.
And Kim.
So I do have a document that I can pass out to y'all if y'all would like it. The auditor's office worked to obtain 21 through 25 cash balances in the funds for public health. It is not 80 million. That's the projected amount, including fees that we were looking at. But it does have some balances. I'll let Kim talk about the cash balances while I pass them out to you.
So, but did I make up 80 million? What did you just say? You said it was a projected something.
It was 56, this time last year, it was about 56.5 million cash available. And so, and 23 is when we lost our 115 waiver program. It ended. And then the other program that's been declining is our 340B. That's the rebate program, and we changed pharmacies, and I think purchasing, public health, and everyone is working with the current pharmacy. We're not getting the rebates in a timely manner, so that's where some of that decreases. So, I mean, that's what is available right now. If you look at 25, we're looking at 48 million of cash available.
And what would it have taken to keep those 60 employees?
I'll take it from here. So this is what's used for operating costs for public health. So the average operating cost for public health this year is $24 million, and you can see that at this time cash on hand is $10,799,000. That is replenished with JPS's payments quarterly. I think they're quarterly payments to us. So money will continue to come in, but you can see that supports 127. If you look at TO 400 under notes, it supports 127.30 positions as of 10/1 of 2024. And again, the operating cost is $24 million. So it is, that is not cash on hand. That is what's operating public health throughout the year. The T0450 fund, which is the 1115 waiver, which Kim just told you we no longer participate in as of 2023. The funding actually went away as of 2023. So that is just cash on hand. No money is being replenished into it. There are several items that we have identified for that cash, which is approximately 38 million. 33 million in 2025. That is where I have funded the Mental Health Jail Diversion Center, and hoping that it will be able to continue to be funded there for at least 4 years while we're trying to identify any other sources of funding that may be available through either grants or something from the state. That's about $22 million. So that's where a large portion of this is. And then again, it supports 28.27 positions with an operating cost of about $3.5 million. So again, the money is cash, but obligated through our budget process for this to be able to be used. And then the T41, as Kim just explained, that is our HIV HRSA program, and this is for insured people that are on medication through this. It is extremely restricted. We've had many discussions with legal division. We've obtained outside counsel for them to look at this and see how we can spend it.
Speaking of that, where is our opinion that we requested quite some time ago?
I think we have a draft that we need to present to you, sir.
Okay.
And the point is, their opinion is extremely restricted. So we could not just put any expenses onto that. Plus the fact that it is diminished. At one point, we had about 18 million. It's down to 3.5 approximately $4 million, and that is being looked at, as Kim also said, by purchasing. Legal is looking into it. Payments have not been received from the vendor that is processing the processes.
Hang on just a second. I don't know if we just switched things here, but the money that when we originally asked for the opinion, it was approximately $27 million. And it seemed to stay around that regularly. You're telling me it's now down to $4 million?
Yes, sir, because we have not received the payments from the companies. Again, the prescription companies. We are
We are anticipating getting them.
We are anticipating getting them, but we have added purchasing and legal into the mix to try to get our money.
So one of the things, court members, that I intend to do with that, assuming this opinion comes back and says, nope, it's got to be this, is have a visit with a couple of different people in Washington, which we're in the process of setting up, to free up that funding for other sources, as opposed to just it sits there.
Yeah.
So we're working on it, but I would not anticipate some quick, immediate, here's where it goes.
And so to sum it all up, even though there is cash, it is obligated to the operational endeavors of public health through some form that we have put in our budget. Any questions?
Other questions for Helen or Kim?
Thank y'all.
Okay, thank you. Next briefing item is compassionate release.
Hello again. So one item that was asked to be briefed on was the idea or the legal idea of what's called a compassionate release. Originally, we had hoped to have someone from the criminal justice area, be the DAs or the judiciary or the sheriff's office, be able to grant, but we unfortunately weren't able to get anyone to be available today. So what we've done is we've worked with some of those groups as much as we can to get as much information as we can. So I've put together just some highlighted notes here, and just forgive me now for not being a lawyer, but this may sound like I'm a lawyer, but I'm not. So, but I'll give you what we've been able to find so far. So compassionate release refers to mechanisms through which a detainee may be granted release under specific circumstances, such as severe medical needs. In Texas, the framework for bond reduction and compassionate release involves adherence to relevant provisions within the Texas Code of Criminal Procedures and consideration of judicial discretion. There's certain key considerations that the judiciary or the presiding judge over whatever case has to take into account when a lot of these conditions are set, such as the nature of the offense, the medical evidence, case law support, and judicial discretion. It should be noted that in Texas Code of Criminal Procedure, it does outline that certain serious offenses are not eligible for PR bonds, specifically cases involving murder, capital murder, sexual assault, injury to a child, and aggravated assault. The reason I mentioned PR bond is that's one avenue that could be used for what is termed a compassionate release. It doesn't have to be a PR bond, but that's one way it could be. Another way that it could potentially a compassionate release could be obtained is through writ of habeas corpus under Chapter 11 of the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure, which provides this alternative route for compassionate release. It permits detainees to file a pretrial writ of habeas corpus of prior conviction. The legal tool can be leveraged to argue for release on medical or other urgent grounds. So while Texas law provides avenues for compassionate release, the process involves navigating strict statutory limitations and substantial judicial discretion. Each case must be supported by compelling evidence and tailored legal arguments to maximize the likelihood of success. So I got a couple of questions from your office, Commissioner, and I think we've done the best to try to get some of those answered. One of them was how many compassionate releases had last fiscal year? That data is proved hard to pull, and the reason being is when you issue a PR bond, OCA and state statute says these are the reasons that you can release someone or a decision that a judge can make. So there's nothing out there that says a compassionate release is like a flagged entity that you have for it. So it's not easy to just pull a report quickly that says, oh, this was a PR bond and it was also a compassionate release. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So we can try to manually go back and find notes in the clerk files of all of the cases to see if it's possible to figure out what was or was not a compassionate release. But finding that number was not as easy as file, export, report, and it would just come up, unfortunately. Who makes the ultimate decision? The judge in the case. So both sides present arguments. Either side could file the motion for a compassionate release. Local legal custom, my understanding, means that then either someone who has standing, so as either the defense or the DA, could then basically state or make a petition to the judge to hear the motion for compassionate release. Both sides come to the court in front of the judge, argue their two sides based on a lot of those things I just talked about: nature of offense, medical evidence, case law support, and then certainly judicial discretion. But ultimately, it is the judge that will hear those sides and then make the ultimate decision on whether a compassionate release would be granted or not. When referred to hospice care as compassionate release, automatically considered, the answer is no. Refer back to my other answer, it's judicial discretion and kind of the local legal custom of how things are filed and then heard by a judge. One thing that should be noted is obviously we have 21 independently elected judges, and they can run their courts 21 different ways should they choose to. So they are independently elected officials and they have independent judicial discretion. So I am unaware of a system for all of the judiciary that they follow with regards to this. It's something that, again, it would be independent judicial discretion for each case as it comes up on a circumstances basis. And then the last question I had is, which inmates have terminal critical illnesses, and then who pays? And that's many factors that would determine that. So it could be insurance, it could be ability to private pay, it could be Medicare, Medicaid, it could be the VA, or it could be Indigent Care, the JPS funds. So there's, depending on, again, the specific circumstances, that would determine the avenue of who would be financially responsible for the care.
Okay, so it's clear we don't have a policy dealing with compassionate release.
No, ma'am, not that I'm aware of.
Can we check with other counties to see if they exist? I was approached about this because there is an inmate who has terminal stomach cancer, and I don't want him to die in the jail because we'll have another in custody death. And the jail, JPS, said he needs to be in hospice. He'll any day now. So I am with them. Let's get him out. Let's get him out of jail. Get him over to JPS. Get him in hospice. And so I called around. The judge didn't call back. The DA says it's not them. The judge says it's not him. And so I am, concerned. This gentleman is going to die, and we'll have our 73rd in custody death. And the jail, JPS, they want him at hospice. So how does that happen?
Well, with regard, are you asking us staff to come up with a policy that this court would pass that would then be imposed on?
We don't have the legal authority to do that.
We can't do that.
I don't think we can. I want to make sure I understand your question, because that was going to be my answer back as independently elected judiciary, so we wouldn't want to be in the middle of their judicial decisions.
Okay.
It'd be my assumption. I don't think we could if we wanted to.
But see what other counties do and how they do it.
Well, I've talked with Chief Herklotz about this. And they've used it over in Dallas County a little bit. Sounds like to me there's not going to be like a policy on it. It's kind of an ad hoc. Every circumstance is its own thing. So maybe I'm wrong. We might be able to find a policy out there, but I'd be surprised if you found a policy, because there's so many variables and factors in all these cases, but I do know that it was used by our new jail administrator in Dallas County to good effect. Most of those cases, I think, they felt like at the end of the day that was the right thing to do. So,
well, there's not a terribly large number of them,
Right.
And so I don't know if we have one consolidated ADA that could present these to the judges. I don't know how that works, but it is the independent judge's decisions on their independent cases. So whether we give it to, it's not guaranteeing that they would say yes or no. And obviously each judge is going to consider offense, et cetera.
Yeah.
So I don't think we can impose anything on the judges, but I do agree that finding a way to
A process.
a process to make it a little simpler. And I know the classification. I mean, we still have to have security on these individuals too.
Sure.
They're not just sitting in JPS with JPS nurses. I mean, they also have to be guarded.
Right.
If they're in custody. So
what we could do is certainly with the reorganization of the criminal courts this past year, they created their three-headed judges administrative panel. Boy, I wish I hadn't said three-headed. Sorry,
Good catch.
sorry,
Good
judges.
catch.
Sorry, judges. So, anyway, we did create the administrative judges panel. It is something we could bring to them. That's kind of our direct link and representation with regards to the judiciary. And if there's interest there, they certainly could bring it to the broader 21 judges to see if there's any interest in them adopting some policy or local legal custom with regards to how we handle compassionate release. But as you said, Commissioner, it would be their decision, but we can at least approach them with it to see if that would be something they would want to consider.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, any other questions on this? All right, next we come to public comments. There are 3 people signed up to speak for a closed session item, so I'm going to, I guess what do I normally do? Move them to the front or move them to the back? I think I moved to the front, so I'm moving to the front. This is regarding the Cassandra Johnson case. So also, now that we are back to speaking on agenda items and public comment, it goes back to 3 minutes. So the first speaker I have on this item, it's the only speaker on this item, is Julie Griffin.
Yeah, that's right. That's what I had too. And everybody else is here.
I thought it said 3. I said 3 minutes.
Hello. Traylon Wormley was 23 when he died in custody of the Tarrant County Jail on July 20th, 2022. According to the autopsy record on file, the cause of death was toxic effects of fentanyl. Manner of death reported, accident. As of yesterday, the medical examiner's record states under report completed, no. Traylon's death was one of the some 25 deaths in custody in which no outside investigation was conducted in violation of the Sandra Bland Act. Every fact I have recounted here is scandalous. The lawsuit should be settled, and its causes should be remedied. 1. Traylon was arrested and booked on January 25, 2022, 6 months before his death. Where on earth did the fentanyl cited as his cause of death come from? Why is the jail allowing fentanyl to circulate among the prisoners? What is the jail doing to prevent the distribution of fentanyl in the jail? Is there a canine unit? Are there random searches of employees and contractors who frequent the jail facilities? Where is the urgency? Where is the seriousness in actually prosecuting to the full extent of the law the distribution of fentanyl? Traylon is not the only one. Roderick Johnson, 42, died of toxicity from fentanyl and trazodone in April 2024 after having been in jail 4 months. 2. Why is Traylon Wormley's death reported as an accident? Is it accidental that he apparently had access to fentanyl in the jail? No. Someone actively distributed it. Someone oversees and manages the premises in which that distribution occurred. 3. How can the autopsy report be incomplete 3 years after the death? 4. Finally, all of these questions could have been asked with a third-party investigation. A current effort is underfoot by our DA to eliminate jail custody death investigations for deaths that take place at JPS. This case cries out the inanity of that position. Traylon died at the hands of a distributor of fentanyl inside the jail, and this fact has never been investigated or accounted for by anyone. And he was pronounced dead at JPS. Based on all of the above, I urge you to settle this case and require the jail to remedy the fentanyl distribution problem it has within its own walls. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, we have now, I guess, the official public comment part. Anthony Johnson is first, followed by Jacqueline Johnson.
I signed up to talk about Cassandra Johnson.
Okay, well, I don't have it, so
I'm sure.
hang on. Hang on. One moment, Mr. Johnson, one moment, please.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I don't have it, so, all right, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'd like to leave the commissioners with this last moment here, from my last thoughts. We have AJ. This is just before my wife and I anniversary, April the 12th, 2024. I still have that photo. I recall mentioning to AJ, need to be on top of things. That's how I have my house run. There's a male that runs my house when I'm not there. AJ was that person. Mr. Simmons, I'd just like to understand from him, sir, and the commissioners. When we talk about these cuts, who gave Mr. Simmons the right, the authority to even use pepper spray? So he pepper sprays AJ in the mouth. AJ says he can't breathe. Then we have the jailers who all stood there, who all heard him say he can't breathe. His hands are bound behind his back. Someone's running. Another jailer. You hear the keys wrangling? He's rushing up the stairwell. And then he sees AJ. And do you think he even took a moment to even analyze what he was watching? Because now I'm talking about Mr. Marinas. It's interesting how he could just come up and he puts his knee on his back and then rolls his knee onto his throat. So now my son's been pepper sprayed in the mouth. He says he can't breathe. He got a person 2 times his size on his back who just came running up the stairwell, twice his size, leans on his back, and then rolls his knee off his back into his neck. That's autopsy. And had I not had a second opinion, had I not had that autopsy done, we wouldn't even be talking. That's what's sad about this. We wouldn't even be talking. I thank you for your time.
Ms. Johnson.
Thank you.
Can you give me a second, please? You guys have no idea what it takes for us to come here and confront you. There's approximately $685,000 is where we're at in regards to the defense of the jailers fighting an indefensible case. Just show the unredacted video. And everything that Mr. Johnson said, you'll see for yourself, like all you commissioners have seen by now. Mr. Krause and Mr. Miles, I address both of you, since you are the newest members on this court. I need you both to understand that we are not only over 20 years as taxpayers in this county, but also victims. As you can see, we are greatly impacted. What you might not be aware of is the funeral for my son was public. There is a still photo that was done by one of the news organizations of my grandson overlooking the casket of his uncle. We have had to navigate that as a family as he goes through therapy. Now do you see where our anger comes from, gentlemen? Especially my daughter Janelle, it's her son. It also comes from us being lied to by the sheriff about what happened with our son and receiving no compassion from our precinct chair, Mr. Ramirez. Compassionate release, interesting concept. You have to make it longer than a few days in order to get that. My son was gone in less than 24 hours. You have to survive first in order to be considered. That's a problem. We know the fight will be long and hard, but we, the Jackson family, are in it for the long haul. Ms. Simmons, we support you because you stand for all of us, regardless of party lines.
Thank you.
Janelle Johnson is our next speaker. Following Ms. Johnson is Terry Roach.
To the residents, O'Hare and his Republican Party, despite his claims that his actions aren't political, that is the reason why he's attempting to redistrict, in part and due to the scrutiny that he will face or the county will face once the criminal trial for my brother's murder begins. And Ramirez, while I sympathize with what happened to your family, consider this. Imagine someone twice your size on your back while you're trying to protect yourself. And I'll keep saying it. While Wade Warren's pedophile son has been exposed, and now Ramirez, now you're going to fight for your protection for the rest of your life. The more you guys keep disrespecting my family and the residents of this county, you will continue to be exposed. Ramirez has happened, now Wade Warren, and I wonder who is next. Stop treating this family and stop treating the family and the residents with disrespect and with racism. Because it's exactly what you guys are doing. O'Hare, your time is up. Keep disrespecting Miss Simmons. Your time will be up. And I don't want to hear anything from you, Mr. Ramirez. You see how Mr. Krause went to his constituents to speak with them on issues? See how he came to them? Don't you come to our family when your time is up. Remember how you voted.
Is Mr. Roach here? Okay, following Mr. Roach, we have Carla Palomares.
Last time up here I mentioned Sam Donaldson, a great Texan who pursued truth. I compared him. He does share a lot of his background, surprisingly, coincidentally, with our sheriff. And I compared and contrasted, and our sheriff Donaldson pursued truth relentlessly. Our sheriff runs from truth, makes the most embarrassing, unmanly video, derelict in his duty, antithetical to what a public servant should be. Referred to another, used a favorite word of another Texan reporter, courage. And in my view, we have an absolute crisis in what it means to be a man, manhood. Womanhood also, but I'm old school, I use the manhood word. Being a man isn't about whether you're gay or not or what clothes you like to wear. It's about being courageous. Courage is facing the truth. It's answering public information requests to the full extent. It's releasing body camera when the images are hard to look at. It's answering questions from those who disagree with you. You say you read emails, return emails. Your office started with me. I asked the tough questions. You've retreated like our sheriff, Judge O'Hare. It's calling out criminal behaviors and pursuing the criminal element even when it's law enforcement. It's calling out your colleague to the right of you, to the left of you, when he removes Mr. Johnson for absolutely no reason at all. Judge O'Hare wrote that drag shows reduce perception of women to stereotypes and body parts. Give me a break. Has he said anything about Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders, Calvin Klein ads, or Baywatch, dating myself there, speaks out about drag shows because he didn't like gay people. Similarly, art on the wall. No one, especially someone with some background in constitutional law, thought for a moment that removing the art, that the courts would, from the modern, that the courts would ever back that. That's just pandering to your base. That's embarrassing. Think it's perverted? Let me tell you what's perverted. A police agency, Denver Police, sending me a picture of an officer's crotch. That's perverted. You know what else is perverted? Going through my cell phone for some bogus, shameful persecution of me for doing just what I'm doing right now, telling the truth. Yeah, they got all my pictures. I look good in them. Have some courage. You know what courage is? Courage is stopping campaigning and being a true leader. Courage is not pandering to your base. Courage is having the wherewithal, where's my looking for? To face me. Let's have a conversation, Judge O'Hare. Face to face. I'll come to your office. I appreciate the invitation from Commissioner Ramirez. The coffee is always hot. I'll come to your office. I'll wear heels. I'll look good in them.
Following Ms. Palomares, we have Katie Starnes.
My name is Carla Palomares, resident of Precinct 4. We're 19 days away from the anniversary of Anthony Johnson Jr. being murdered in the Tarrant County Jail by jail staff, by JPS staff, by MHMR staff, by our sheriff, and by this court. I name everyone as a rightful accomplice in this murder because there were jobs to do and people who failed, and it cost the life of Anthony, and we inch closer to 80 lives lost overall the longer this court fails to do its job. Almost 1 year has passed, and Anthony's family, as well as our county residents, are no closer to receiving the deserved accountability and justice for what happened on April 21st, 2024. We're further away because Wayborn's still sheriff. We're further away because we don't have the names of all the people involved and present in the incident. We're further away because the full unedited videos have been withheld from the public. Accountability needs truth and integrity to flow freely, and this court, our DA, our sheriff, and our AG even have worked together to conceal the truth, and all are lacking in integrity. I'm once again demanding that everyone on this dais move to fire Bill Wayborn, pursue an investigation into his actions and conduct as sheriff since 2017, release the video immediately, end the funding request for council to litigate on behalf of the former employees because we just keep throwing away $30K every 2 weeks. And accept responsibility for the injustice that stole Anthony's life, as well as every individual who's died in custody. Families, constituents, voters, people deserve better than what we've received the past 8 years. And after you finally do what's right, you can resign too, Tim.
Is Ms. Starnes present? All right, following Ms. Starnes, we have Julie Griffin.
So I noticed that Tarrant County hired a new chief jailer, Shannon Herklatz, in January. And I saw a recent article that quotes him saying he believes that Tarrant County Jail is one of the best jails in Texas, if not the best. And he declined to comment on the recent deaths. And it's an interesting comment given the news reports that say otherwise. And I do question his judgment as the new chief jailer to make a comment like this after Anthony Johnson Jr., a Marine veteran going through a mental health crisis, was murdered, according to the medical examiner, from being sprayed in the mouth with pepper spray, and after Mason Yancey was begging for his life before he died in jail, and after a woman gave birth to her baby in her cell alone and her baby died, and after Kimberly Phillips, a 56-year-old grandmother who was starved to death because her dietary restrictions were not accommodated. To me, it sounds like we hired somebody who thinks the status quo is acceptable. Need I remind you that these people don't deserve to die in jail just because they have been accused of a crime. And it's not too late to make some major change. You should hire somebody who acknowledges that this is a problem so we can avoid wrongful death suits that cost taxpayer money, and so that we don't let people die unnecessarily before they have their day in court. To Kimberly Phillips' family, I am deeply sorry for your loss. Thank you.
Following Ms. Griffin, we have Rose Abraham.
Hello, I'd like to read this letter from Cassandra Johnson. She's in surgery today, not able to be here. Good morning, leaders. My name is Cassandra Johnson. I'm the mother of the deceased, Traylon Wormley, who died inside of Tarrant County Green Bay Jail after being transferred from the compound, downtown jail. Leaders, Traylon absolutely loved football. As long as he was in school and played football, he was stable and happy. As long as he was playing football, things were okay. Traylon had special needs and traumatic brain issues. Leaders, once he graduated from Mansfield Legacy High School in 2018, we had great difficulty getting him the help he needed. On or around the end of 2018 or the beginning of 2019, I took Traylon in person to meet Detective Travis Wayburn concerning an aggravated charge in Mansfield. We had already begun seeking mental help for Mr. Wormley. Detective Travis Wayburn stated that he spoke to others involved, and if he couldn't talk to Traylon by himself without me behind closed doors, he would make sure the charge out of Mansfield got filed inside of Tarrant County. Leaders, Traylon was in custody of Sheriff Bill Wayburn on July 20th, 2022, housed at Green Bay, died from apparently a fentanyl overdose while waiting on a probation hearing. It was 7 days before his court date. Leaders, to witness the lack of communication inside of Tarrant County Jail, Sheriff Office, courts, and more, we need change. We need to be heard. We need accountability. After being verbally told by the Sheriff's Office that an outside investigation report will be performed, help me to understand the time frame. Help me to understand why a drug death inside a closed custody is still pending. Help me to understand who is behind all this. Where do I go for accuracy and answers? Leaders, Traylon's autopsy report is still in question. I requested extensive, complete autopsy. Dr. Hobson based her things off what Tarrant County Jail provided. Fentanyl poisoning should have been ruled homicide, not as an accident. Leaders, I have lupus. Traylon died July 20, 2022, a tragedy. I had surgery in November 2022. Lost my mother August 2023. I had surgery December 2023 and will be in surgery on 4/2/2025. Please excuse my absence from attending Commissioner's Court. Leaders, it's time to break this ongoing cycle inside Tarrant County. You can't take bits and pieces of the deaths inside of Tarrant County Jail. It's time to get involved. You know what to do. You choose not to do it. I need a thorough outside investigation report. Thank you.
Is Rose Abraham present? You're up. Following Ms. Abraham is Mr. Dobson.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Rose Abraham. I am a victim of John Peter Smith Medicare fraud. John Peter Smith Hospital Administration is asking the Tarrant County Commissioner and the taxpayer to approve billions of dollars to build an emergency mental health facility. To justify the need for such elaborate project, the administration of John Peter Smith, working with the Tarrant County Police, went around detaining innocent and vulnerable citizens with Medicare and accusing them of being seriously mentally disturbed without any proof, then transporting them, handcuffing them, and transporting them to the psychiatric unit of the hospital. According to the John Peter Smith administration, they jumped from 2,000 mental emergency patients per year to 20,000 mental health emergency patients per year. I am a victim of that. The police came to my house, 2 female police officers, held me hostage, handcuffed me, took my phone, my keys, put me in the patrol car, and took me to John Peter Smith Hospital for emergency mental evaluation. Right now, I live in total fear. I was told by an anonymous person that if I continue speaking out, they were going to bury me beneath the concrete of a new facility. Thank Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dobson. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Ms. Cox and then Mr. Dobson. Do I have that right? Am I reading this backwards?
I'm Jackie Cox. Now I want to talk to you about what most strikes terror into my heart about things going on here. Your jail job, online you advertise open positions for jailers. And one of the criteria or the duties to be performed by these to-be-hired jailers involves assisting with the deportation of persons who are here on immigration, some kind of immigration status. That means that coming with that is also news that was given me today by someone from the Hispanic community that he has heard, and it's spread as a rumor in this city, that Homeland Security will be looking to deport anyone with a Hispanic surname. That's terrifying. That's terrifying. That's 40% of my community or more are subject to deportation for having a Hispanic surname. What has happened? How do I live in this police state where terror stalks the land? What will we do about that? The second thing, why is our sheriff and our jail going to be devoted to deportation when we know that maybe these people will be sent to El Salvador to be stripped nude and beaten without communication with their family members? That's why I'm afraid. I'm afraid that if I come here and complain of this, the sheriff may somehow decide to deport me, because they take surgeons who worked at Tufts. They take people who resist, and I resist. I resist with every fiber of my being, that I want to cry. This is just the saddest thing. How can this be my America? How can this be my America? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Dobson. Following Mr. Dobson is Linda Hanratty.
Chris Dobson. I reside in Arlington. Woe upon us, European Americans, for so far have we fallen that a prominent member of our community refused accountability from a fellow public servant. So whiny, so delicate, such a small being, that cannot suffer questioning, a cross-examination, no less. But I came here to point out that European American Sheriff Bill Wayborn received preferential treatment in the Arlington jails last month. His son was accused of assault of a police officer, resisting arrest, and the solicitation of a minor. And by the next morning, he had a bail bond hearing and was released from the Arlington jail. I guess the Tarrant County jails are good enough for our kids, but not prominent European American kids. I had a friend, Mason Yancey, who went to Tarrant County Jail for a vape pen, and it ended his 31-year streak of waking up in the morning. He was not provided medication for his insulin deficiencies. And so maybe the sheriff wants to be that cruel and remorseless daddy that I hear so many Republicans idealize Trump as, but not for his own kids. You know, here in Tarrant County, I'm struck by people like Robert Morris handling issues privately within the Christian church, while we gnash our teeth over the epic development in Collin County. After all, many churches in Tarrant County have made settlements that in effect purchase the innocence of those abused, like a sugar daddy of God's grace, or in another sense, pimping out the sheep of their flock. Quite unlike the Catholic and SBC abuse scandals, which were covered up and suppressed by men who called themselves servants of Christ, so many raise a hue and a cry to claim Muslims must also be doing this but without introspection, just projection. I'll be finishing by pointing out that 31 days from now is our election. Our election integrity group has failed to seek prosecution of Tarrant County GOP Precinct Chair Stacey Penny or Kezia Farrar for electoral fraud, nor the $10,000 illegal donation to Bill Wayborn from Big Bubba's bail bonds. It's amazing the deliberate ignorance when the subject is white and the resources that can be mustered when the accused is not. If you see Ms. Short, reminder she has to declare where she gets her money.
Mr. Van follows Ms. Hanratty.
I want to thank you for finally making public at least part of the investigation of Chastity Bonner's May 2024 death. However, all the deaths, including Ms. Bonner's that occurred in the jail or at JPS in the past 2 years, and all future deaths under the custody of the county jail or JPS, must be investigated by an impartial party as required by the Sandra Bland Act. The Chastity Bonner death is especially troubling to me because the first reports, well, the autopsy report says that all the relatives of hers should be tested for a hereditary disorder. Why did it take 8 months for that to happen? They knew it a lot sooner than that. And I was also disturbed because the original reports said that Chastity had been administered Narcan, while her eventual cause of death was heart failure when she was not quite 36. County citizens need assurance that jail inmates are treated properly and protected from life-threatening events. Impartial investigations should also prevent jail staff from repeating death-causing errors. As an example, in the last several years, it's my understanding that 3 inmates died from dehydration. After one dehydration death, a jail protocol should have been developed to avoid a second or third occurrence. Failure to provide adequate medication to inmates has also been a problem and possibly resulted in the death of Mason Yancey, aged 31, in December 2024. Please have an outside investigation of all deaths in jail custody wherever they occur, including at JPS, to avoid additional unnecessary deaths and the resulting expensive lawsuits. It is the fiscally responsible and humane course of action. In the over 40 years that I've lived in Tarrant County, I had never attended a Commissioner's Court meeting until the jail deaths started piling up with little or no explanation. As a responsible citizen, I now attend as many Commissioner Court meetings as possible to try to hold the Commissioner's Court, the Sheriff's Office, and JPS accountable. The lack of transparency does have ramifications. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Following Mr. Van, we have Bishop Kirkland.
Every jail death must be investigated by a disinterested third party. Every one. Right now, the Tarrant County jails, under the leadership of Sheriff Wayburn, hosts one of the highest counts of jail deaths in Texas, if not in the country. And besides the obvious, at least to me, ethical and humanitarian issues of that, if I can appeal to what seems to be most motivate a lot of folks around here, it's costing Tarrant County a lot of money. Just today, this court discussed pouring thousands more dollars into law firms to provide a defense for jail personnel who are alleged to have contributed to brutalizing and killing a prisoner. To date, Sheriff Wayburn's jail practices have cost the county way over $4 million, with potential payout for Anthony Johnson Jr.'s homicide and for others in the pipeline looking to add more millions to that. Since 2018, staff at the jail have pushed for an update to jail policies. Yet an attempt to create that policy update was scrapped. Fort Worth report wrote that some division, quote, I'm sorry, Fort Worth report wrote that, quote, some division policies, including the jail's use of force policy, have not been updated in more than a decade. There's been so much obvious and continuing obfuscation by this sheriff's department that a lot of people don't believe a word that comes out of Sheriff Wayburn's mouth. Nor do we have much of confidence in the reports from the medical examiner, who serves at the pleasure of the sheriff's good buddy, the county judge, and which office has a very long history of problems. The sheriff and DA are currently pushing the state to limit investigations only to non-natural causes deaths, whatever that may be, in the jail itself, while prisoner after prisoner is alleged to have been abused in a variety of ways: lack of medication, lack of water, lack of food, and then carted off to JPS to die. The only way I can see for this sheriff to begin reestablishing any credibility is to update or hire someone to update jail policies, and for every jail death to be investigated by a disinterested third party appointed by the State Jail Commission. Thank you.
Bishop Kirkland.
They started at about 3:35 this morning. I ended up UT Southwest Oncology Department. I left Southwest UT Oncology to come here at 8:43 this morning. I come here not to be a show, not to get popularity, not to be liked. I could give a rat's behind who likes me. I always try to remember I'm the youngest of my mother's 8 children. My mom never worked. My dad, especially after I was born, knew that I needed full-time supervision. From the time I was 5, we were on the subway going to Leonard Brothers, and I tried on a brand new pair of shoes. I wanted to try on a brand new pair of shoes, but I couldn't. I didn't know why, but the little white boy next to me, he was able to try on his shoes. From then on, my mom kept a close ring on me. They knew then that I'd be different. I'm glad to be a Fort Worthian. I'm glad to be a Texan. Listen to me. No matter who you are, I have a great relationship with Roderick. I've never called you anything but Commissioner Miles. Never called you anything but Commissioner Simmons. I've known you since you were PLO president. Never called you anything but Commissioner Ramirez. And that's the way I like it. Never on one time have I called you Tim or Tim O'Hare. Never have and never will, because the way my mom and dad raised me, I could honor your title without honoring who you are as a person. You interrupted me twice today, and the second time I kept going because I was disinterested in what you had to say. I think you were rude and, as usual, disrespectful, and you were out of place. I don't care about any of these people in this place. I carry myself with a certain level of decorum. You may not like that I'm so pro-black, and I wouldn't have to be so pro-black if you remember my village a little more. But I will not, I've never spent a day in jail, and I've raised 8 sons. Not one of them have been to this modern day plantation that you call a jail. But before I get disrespected or talked down to or treated like somebody's child or fetch boy, I do not laugh when nothing's funny. I do not scratch where I don't itch. And I don't bow to no one but the Almighty God. We don't have problems.
Amen.
All right, that's all we have signed up to speak today. Announcements and comments from the court members. Any announcements or comments? I have 2. First, I will start with earlier during one of our discussions, I made reference to which policy? Whichever one I said was 4-0 and that you weren't here for it, that was the wrong policy. And that was I looked at two and read two this morning. One was facilities policy, one was decorum policy. And so I simply got confused. So my apologies to you. The decorum policy passed 3-2. My apologies to you. The facilities policies is what passed 4-0. So just correct the record. What I said was incorrect. Second thing is when it comes to mental health funding, we have something that has passed the House in one of the committees for $10 million for the study for a Tarrant County mental health hospital. That's a committee in the House. It's not the full House, not the Senate, but that's plan of action A that's been approved by a committee. The second piece is they funded in 2023, is it 26 beds or 24? 24. 24 beds. So we have narrowed at the request of several members of our legislature, we have narrowed the request to two items. One, funding for the state mental health hospital, and two, funding for 26 additional beds. So the process the state goes through is there has to be a study before they will approve a mental health bed, a mental health hospital. So that's where it is now. It's being worked on from my office, maybe others. Multiple state legislators in Tarrant County are working on it. So that's where that one is. As you all know how the legislature works, things are fixing to start moving really quick, hot and heavy. So if you're interested in those things being passed, I would encourage every one of you to reach out again, even though you may have before and may have multiple times, and the same goes for the public. Okay. With that, we do have a closed session. So we will now recess the open session and proceed to closed session to discuss items exempt under sections 551, 071, 072, 074, 076, 087, and 0725 of the Texas Government Code. Executive session will begin promptly at 1:30. We are now in recess. Judge, Free eggs.
I like that.
Who's cage free? Are they cage free? Farm raised? What are
Pretty good deal.
Look at this again.
You could be a superstar.
Okay. We live? All right. All right, we are back from fairly lengthy executive session that did not start at 1:30. It was 2:30, my mistake. I'm off. We have one item to discuss and take possible action on. That is item H4, which is consideration of a request to use the sub-courthouse at Mansfield from Palm Primary Care to set up an information table. Do we have a motion on this item?
Move to reject.
Second.
We have a motion to reject this and a second. Any discussion on this item? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, it passes unanimously. And that's all the action and all the items we have. We are going to close today in memory of Maddox Garza, who suddenly passed away very, very recently. His father, Moses, is a longtime employee of Precinct 1, and our prayers and deep condolences go to Moses and his family on the loss of their son, Maddox. And with that, we are adjourned.
Yeah, that's my bad.